Welcome.
Going to give you a 2-minute warning here. All right, 1-minute warning. All right, everyone, welcome to day last. Good news is we're on schedule. The bad news is we have an ambitious day last. So the plan, as always, is to take a somewhat longer morning break to allow folks to check out, although I understand there's also an opportunity to get a late checkout if that's what you need. And I'm told that there'll be no charge associated with that. We generally don't take a lunch break on day last because we try to get finished and get people home as quickly as possible, but we're going to have to see how the day goes. Whether we can get ahead of schedule or whether behind schedule, whatever we're going to do. And in that regard, without sacrificing thoroughness, again, urge some economy in the way we express our direction and thoughts. So with that, I'll turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden for any announcements.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members. Your remarks are similar to mine. We do have a very full and ambitious agenda. Our accounting as staff suggests we might be looking at about a 6-hour day, which is quite a bit longer than we've been doing our last days for at least as long as I've been here. So we will, of course, try to be efficient, but quite ambitious. So just be mindful of that. And if you do have any ways that we can help you as you're juggling checkout and flights and things like that, let us know, because we do want to make sure we finish work for this council meeting. Otherwise, good luck, I guess. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, great. Let me see if there are any questions or comments from the council members. And seeing none, I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chair Brad Pettinger to get us going on our last salmon, or next to last salmon item of the day, and then the final one.
All right. Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Good morning, everyone. With that, I'll turn to Robin for get us going on D7. Robin.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. The work under D7 is for the council to adopt 2023 management alternatives for public review. And with that, I think we can just hand it over to Dr. Mike O'Farrell from the STT. He has 2 reports he'll go over with. That's my summary.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin before we get started? Okay, with that, Dr. O'Farrell, are you there?
I am here. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be referring to agenda item D7A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated March 10th, 2023. There were a few relatively small adjustments provided yesterday as guidance to the Salmon technical team, and we took them into account. We incorporated them into this package. And just to cut to the chase, scrolling down now to table 5. And a little has changed in table 5. Given the guidance yesterday, we still are over in Lower Columbia River Natural Tules under Alternative 1. One change of substance has to do with Klamath River Fall Chinook. The tribal guidance provided yesterday with regard to in-river fisheries results in Alternative 1 meeting the objectives for the exploitation rate and escapement objectives for Klamath River Fall Chinook this year. Thus, all three alternatives are in compliance. Continuing on, no changes since yesterday, but just flag again the under Alternative 1 for Interior Fraser Thompson River Coho, that still exceeds 10%. And under all three alternatives for Skagit Coho, the management objectives are not being yet, but we acknowledge that it's early in the process for that sort of shaping. I believe that concludes my description of the changes since yesterday, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Questions on the STT report? Okay. I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Mike. All right. With that, that'll take us to the tribal report. Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So we do have a tribal report from the Columbia River Tribal Fish Commission. So I believe James Marsh will be providing that to the council. And we have Wilbur Slockish and Stuart Ellis, and I believe Kate Self and Eric Holt are also in attendance. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Welcome, gentlemen.
Tatsmewi means good morning in the Nez Perce and the Cayuse dialect. Good morning, members of the council. My name is James Marsh. I'm an enrolled member of the Cayuse Nation and also from the Umatilla Indian Reservation. And I'm a commissioner for the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. I am here today to provide a statement on behalf of the 4 Columbia River Treaty Tribes. Today is an important day for the Columbia River Treaty Tribes. 66 years ago, when the gates of the Dalles Dam closed at 10 a.m. on March 10th, 1957, the falls were flooded in less than 5 hours, forming what is today called the Army Corps of Engineers Celilo Lake. This represents possibly the most famous act of destruction of tribal fishing site on the Columbia Basin. When the falls were inundated, it not only destroyed the fishing site, but it impacted tribal people's way of life and economic system that had been in place for over 10,000 years. Celilo may be the most documented, but it represents only one of long lists of fishing sites, spawning beds, villages, burial grounds, and that have been destroyed since the 1800s. This destruction has impacted both salmon and the spirit of the tribal people. Much of this destruction cannot be quantified. As the council prepares to finalize options for the 2023 ocean fisheries, we would like to remind the people that most of the difficulties in setting reasonable fisheries are a result of the destruction done to habitat over the last 218 years, along with introduction of non-native species. Many of these species thrive on unnatural habitats created by these dams. We are now, we are now faced with damage of ecosystems that are put at further risk from climate change, which brings higher water temperatures and weather extremes. Improving ecosystems in the way that we can withstand a changing climate is extremely challenging work. But the tribes have willingly engaged and led many habitat projects. Besides habitat restoration projects and developing ways to appropriately utilize hatchery production to boost salmon numbers. We also have much work to do to address the impacts of predation by birds, sea lions, and non-native fish. Bird predation remains a very serious issue that affects all council-managed salmon stocks. Our tribe seeks the support from other agencies for tribal research and management efforts on avian predation. Even though continued research is needed for monitoring, we already know enough to state that action is needed now. National Marine Fisheries Service should also be given more support of these efforts as birds are impacted ESA fish. Our governing bodies believe that the United States Fish and Wildlife Service should be directed to provide greater support for bird management to protect listed and unlisted stocks of the Columbia Basin enormous fish. This had been challenging for the United States Fish and Wildlife Service has a mandate to conserve both fish and birds. However, since avian predators tend to have a very healthy populations and most fish stocks do not, we think it is an easy choice for the United States Fish and Wildlife Service to shift their balance to be less productive of birds and more productive of fish. The Fish and Wildlife Service needs to also remember that a part of the federal government, they have a mandate to protect the tribal treaty rights in our food. Birds are native species, but their population's opportunities for predation have been enabled by destructive actions affecting the ecosystem. Some birds, like the white pelicans, were only occasionally present in places like Moses Lake, and now they are present throughout most of the river. Besides birds, non-native fish such as walleye, bass, northern pike, and shad all represent significant threats to salmon. We must work to rebalance our damaged ecosystems and reduce the predator populations. Resolving the predation of tens of thousands of smolts each year would have a positive impact on adult salmon returns. This in turn would provide benefits to all of us. This is just one of many areas we need to continue to work on if we expect to have salmon recovery and meaningful fisheries in the future. Finally, we have been listening to proposals for offshore wind development over the course of this week. All energy development requires water, air, wind, or sun, and it's usually on fishing, hunting, or food gathering areas. Our experiences with clean, renewable energy is a form of the hydroelectric dams along the Columbia and Snake Rivers. And we see the impact those have had on salmon and steelhead and treaty fisheries and resources. We support the NCAI resolution that requested DOI and BOEM to reconsider how to do offshore wind development. The climate is changing with effects, environmental conditions, increases uncertainty, and contribute to unfavorable conditions that impact upwelling and other natural processes which the Columbia salmon rely on. We will continue to review the output of the ocean models. We will also be tracking and planning of the in-river fisheries. We remind the council that our objectives in this process is to ensure treaty fisheries can access as much as our 50% of harvestable surplus as possible to meet escapement needs. We expect both ocean and non-treaty Columbia River fisheries to be planned in ways that do not adversely affect our efforts to access as much of our share of the harvest as we can. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. I desire also to get out of here early, so I'm going to be brief. When we talk about Salalo, my people lost two areas. Bonneville Dam was the first one. Flooded spawning beds, vast spawning beds in our tributaries that are located within that area. And then Salalo came and finished the sorrow that we had. I know a lot of you haven't heard of Cascade Rapids, but it was a small fishery that we utilized for trade with the coastal tribes. And sometimes our federal trustee seems to forget his obligation and the promises made in 1855 by Isaac Stephen that there would always be fish in the river. And he seems to think it's better through societies, bird societies and animals, that they have more rights than we do to these fish. So with that, I hope that you understand there, and there's many other things there, Columbia River Treaty, and I'll be brief on that. That's all I will mention on that, because it was done without any consultation on our behalf, and it was under the guise of flood control. So with that, I will conclude my statement. That's all that I have.
That's mainly, I just wanted to offer today, I appreciate everybody's time and efforts at this table and around all your constituents that you work for you and put forth the huge effort that's needed. And like I said, it's been a long week, and we'll see you again in April. And I appreciate everybody's time and effort. So, katsiaya. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Always look forward to hearing what you have to offer and insights, and we'll see you in April. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I have to go back to STT because I didn't have my tracking log was not reloaded, and Dr. O'Farrell was, I guess he has another report too, I believe. So, Michael, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm here.
Okay, let's get the tribal or the STT report too, if I could, please.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be referring to Agenda Item D7A Supplemental STT Report 2. This is a Salmon Technical Team report on the 2023 Klamath River Fall Chinook de minimis exploitation rate. For 2023, the Klamath River Fall Chinook Harvest Control Rule specifies a de minimis maximum allowable exploitation rate of 10%. The Salmon Fishery Management Plan requires consideration of several factors when recommending de minimis exploitation rates. And these include the potential for critically low natural spawner abundance, including considerations for substocks that may fall below critical genetic thresholds, spawner abundance levels in recent years, the status of commingled stocks, indicators of marine and freshwater environmental conditions, minimal needs for tribal fisheries, whether the stock is currently approaching an overfished condition, whether the stock is currently overfished, and other considerations as appropriate. The STT has assessed these circumstances with the exception of indicators for marine and freshwater environmental conditions and minimal needs for tribal fisheries. And I'll summarize them briefly. For the potential for low spawner abundance is considered high. The 2023 minimum natural area spawner escapement of 23,614 adults is below the minimum stock size threshold. And the natural area escapement of that 23,614 adults would represent the 12th lowest values over 45 years of data. Substocks. To assess the potential for critically low abundance of substocks, a statistical model was applied to historical run size data to assess the probability that escapement to either the Salmon, Scott, or Shasta rivers would fall below 720 adults, given total basin-wide natural area escapement of 23,614 adults in 2023. The 720 escapement threshold for these substocks was based on an effective population size considerations. Application of the model suggests that at least one of the substocks would fall below the 720 adult threshold with a probability of 39%. Recent spawner abundance, the natural area adult spawner abundance escapement has been lower than the minimum stock size threshold in 7 of the last 10 years and 4 of the last 5 years. The 2023 forecasted natural area spawners in the absence of fishing is 26,238 adults, which is below the maximum sustainable yield spawner escapement of 40,700 and the MSST. If fishing seasons are structured such that the maximum allowable exploitation rate of 10% is met, the natural area adult spawner expectation is 23,614, which is lower than the MSST and SMSY as well. Commingled stocks. With regard to commingled stocks, Sacramento River fall Chinook have a low abundance forecast this year and are likely to constrain fisheries in 2023. Approaching an overfished condition. Klamath River fall Chinook currently meets the criteria for being at risk of approaching an overfished condition. And overfished status. Klamath River fall Chinook was declared overfished following the 2017 escapement and continues to meet that criteria in 2023. I'll just add that this analysis is preliminary and is not quite complete, and we will report back to the council in April and update this report. And that concludes my statement.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Questions for Mike on the STT report too? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Michael. Maybe you can give us a little bit of background why we're receiving this particular report. I appreciate all of the information pulled together in one place here and the review of the circumstances surrounding Klamath Fall Chinook. But I'm just, I don't recall getting a report like this in the past. So maybe you can tell us how it got to be. Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Remco. The FMP requires the STT to make an assessment, this assessment essentially, when we're managing stocks under de minimis provisions. And this report has been for all the years in which we've been under de minimis fisheries for either Klamath or Sacramento Fall Chinook. We've prepared reports like this at the March and April council meetings and included them in preseason report 2 and preseason report 3. And so this report looks very similar to the one that we presented last year for Klamath River Fall Chinook, but updated with this year's numbers and other pertinent changes that have occurred over the last year.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Michael. That's helpful. It's certainly good practice to have this spelled out for us clearly when we're in a de minimis situation. So thanks for your response.
Okay. Further questions for Mike? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Mike, anything else?
No, Mr. Vice Chair, I don't have anything else at this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That takes care of our reports. I believe it takes us to public comment. I believe we have 3. And okay, we'll start off with Barry Day, followed by Wilson Thompson. Barry, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, Council. I took the liberty of actually listening to this entire process while I was on the ocean. So I was on the bridge with this phone on. On the first meeting, I testified that we should have a season, but listening to this meeting and following my guts, I agree we shouldn't have a season. And there's reasons for that. One's a model, and the general consensus of what I picked up in the meeting there, I sort of disagree with a bit there. And my point is this, for the last 2 years, we've whacked the salmon, obviously, as it shows on the data there. But where have the salmon been? They've been on the continental shelf. And the only thing we've really adjusted to in terms of catching and being out on the ocean is handling over 30 knots on the continental shelf. This fleet, has handled some bad weather dealing with that on our short, limited time. And something else bothers me, like I was there for 2007, okay? The data was right. There was no fish there because I wasn't catching them. But what's been happening here, we've been catching the fish, and there's my column equations, etc. there. But the biomass mainly was from Point Arena to Cordell Bank, and I fish alone. I wasn't with groups, etc. there, and I could sneak off and find plenty of fish myself. And saying, we caught too many coho, but there was a lot of coho out there, more than normal. So, with figures like that, Jamestown brought up, and personally myself, with his data, etc. there, it's sort of been, for me, the year of being stoned with James and his data there, which is all relevant. But to my mind, you underestimated what was out there, not overestimated. There's a lot of fish out there. And we need, I'm going to be wrong. Everyone will be wrong if we don't get a run this year, because all the signs are there for it. So that's where I'm at. Stop. Let's see what goes on. But in the aftermath of all of this, what I'm saying is I've spent years, and it's cyclic for me as a fisherman. First, I should start off where, one, I started at 5 years old with a fly rod. My entire childhood was on the rivers, fishing in New Zealand with brown trout and etc. there. I then turned to a recreational fisherman with a fiberglass boat, and now, what I do miss from recreational with a salmon is the head shake. Boom, boom, I got a salmon. What I do love about commercial fishing is I've got 6 fathoms of nylon to play with it by hand. It's, so really salmon fishing for me is heaven. What I'm worried about at the moment here is the scars that may be left on the commercial fleet with perhaps knee-jerk reaction to what's happened here. I've spent years here where I've sat on the dock while recreational have done exactly the thing. They've been out there slaughtering them, and we're at the dock with no fishing time. So for me, it's a cyclic thing with recreational get to go, commercial get to go, etc. there. But the aftermath, if we get severely limited and there is a good season, we haven't got much left. Listening to the meeting, this boom thing coming in, for salmon, it could be kaboom, the end of it. It's pretty well known. Salmon are best in dark water. You go to the dark water. There's people that are dead set on electrical impulses on their lines to have them right. So there's what do salmon work off electricity, and we're going to have power lines running through the ocean. There's, I'm surmising, but there's things here to go, oh, gee, okay, so we're going to dam the rivers up, and now we're going to fill the ocean with electrical impulses. What are we going to do with the salmon? It's sort of, there's some equations there that haven't been looked at, to my mind. But my main points I wanted to make is I agree, let's slow down. Don't crucify our commercial fleet because we got nothing left. What do we got coming? Kaboom, we got 30-30 coming. And then when there are fish out there, we won't be able to catch them. So my main point is slow down and work on it this year. That's all I got there for the moment.
Okay, Barry. Thank you. Questions for Barry? Okay. Thank you. Next up will be Wilson Thompson, followed by Doug Laughlin. Wilson? Is he there? No? Okay. We'll go to Doug Laughlin and maybe come back to Wilson to see if he can get back on. So, Doug.
Yes, you have me?
We do.
Okay. Thank you, council and staff. My name is Doug Laughlin. I'm speaking to you today as a recreational fisherman from Half Moon Bay, California. Many of you have seen me here at council meetings as I represented the membership of Coastside Fishing Club, mostly in the SAS and occasionally in front of you on the council floor. I'm not much of a speaker, but rather a listener who heard a much different salmon season setting process than in the past. A listener who heard a plea, a final stand, a call for help and support, a call for change. I heard the Salmon Advisory Subpanel challenge the process the council prides itself on. I heard the SAS rock the boat. I felt the tension. I felt the struggle. I felt the passion. I felt the conflict of representing my fellow recreational fishermen who want fishing opportunity against what is best for fishing in the long term. Everyone involved in the PFMC salmon process did their jobs. People did what is best for the salmon. The council and agencies recognize that. My hope is they will recognize it to the extent they can affect change at the state and federal levels to give salmon a chance, a fighting chance. The fish need adequate levels of water in our rivers at the right time, temperature, and flow to survive. We need to create greater hatchery production to increase overall abundance. Recreational fishermen are angry. They, like the fish they target, are resilient. They will begin to understand why these measures were taken. They will find other things to do while the season is closed. They will anticipate with hopes and desires when it opens back up. What they will not understand is why we got to this place, why we let our rivers go low and warm, why we don't produce more fish, why we don't have strong unified advocacy for these iconic fish, why our policymakers look the other way. This council has heard the message this week. The council will hear it again in April. Our representatives did their job and submitted hard reality. Please flex all the muscle the council can to affect change and help bring back a thriving California salmon fishery. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Questions for Doug on his testimony? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Doug. We'll go back to Wilson Thompson to see if he's on. And I'm getting the head shake that he isn't. So with that, I'll conclude public comment. Take us to council action. So I'll put the floor up at least first for just general discussion. And if not, I'll start seeing any hand. Nope. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Apologies, I have a bad cold, so it's affecting my voice. Yesterday, Ms. Yaremko asked a question about a request that was made during public comment by Mr. Brian McLaughlin regarding a specific proposal for a fishing off of Oregon. And we had some time last night to go back and look at what Mr. McLaughlin was proposing and to evaluate whether or not that was actually included among any of the alternatives that the council would be considering over the next 2 months. We concluded that the proposal that Mr. McLaughlin made yesterday was very similar to the proposal very similar to the fisheries that were in place for that same area of the coast last year. Therefore, we had analyzed that proposal under the no action. So in other words, as you know from pre-1, last year's fisheries are evaluated under the 2023 forecast so that we can see what the effects of a fishing regime that looked like that would be under this year's forecast. And so our conclusion is that the proposal that he has made would be covered under the alternatives that the council will be considering this year, should the council adopt what's on the table now.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, very helpful. Anyone else? Okay. Well, we'll start with the tribes. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I do have a motion for treaty troll. We can get that up on the screen. Thank you. So regarding the tribal motion on treaty troll options, I move that the council adopt for public review the proposed salmon management alternatives for the 2023 tribal ocean fisheries as described in agenda item D7A supplemental STT report 1, table 3 dated March 10th, 2023.
Thank you, Joe. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It does, Mr. Vice Chair.
Very good. Thank you. Looking for a second. Second by Kyle Addix. Thank you, Kyle. Please speak to your motion, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Addix. So as you will note, these options have not changed from the options introduced under agenda item D3 earlier in the week. The treaty troll tribes believe that this range of options allows for development of a final option that will take advantage of available harvestable surplus while also meeting all necessary conservation objectives. These options are the same as last year in recognition of a similar mix of harvest opportunities and conservation concerns.
Thank you, Joe. Questions for the motion maker? Okay. All right. Discussion? Nope. All right. With that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we turn to Washington. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a motion ready. I move to adopt for public review the alternatives for non-Indian commercial and recreational fisheries in the area north of Cape Falcon as presented in agenda item D7A, supplemental STT report 1 dated March 10th, 2023.
Okay. Is the language accurate on the screen?
It is.
Thank you. Second by Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll keep it brief. We still have some conservation objectives to figure out how to meet north of Falcon. As always, we have to wait a bit for information from fisheries north of the U.S. border to work all that out. We'll have an extensive process with our tribal co-managers on the in the state of Washington, as well as a public process to figure out how to make sure our fisheries meet all of those conservation objectives. Thanks to the SAS, as always, I think the work this year was harder south of Cape Falcon than north. And thanks to the SDT, it was great to see everyone back in the building, and sorry they had to retreat to their homes and rooms to finish the meeting, but they help us more than few people can know to get through this process.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle. Any discussion? Okay. Not seeing any. I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay? Abstentions? Okay, motion passed unanimously. With that, we'll go to Oregon. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think we have a motion here. Yeah, it's on the screen. So I move to adopt for public review the alternatives for ocean commercial and recreational fisheries in the area between Cape Falcon and the Oregon-California border as presented in agenda item D7A supplemental STT report 1 dated March 10th, 2023.
Okay. Thank you, John. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Very good. Thank you. Looking for a second. Second by Krista Swinson. Thank you, Krista. Please speak to your motion, John.
Yeah, just generally, this has been a week of mixed feelings for me. I did enjoy the daily discussions with the Oregon staff and SAS members and appreciated the help of my fellow state representatives navigating this process. I also appreciated the sincere testimony that we heard throughout the week, including that offered by our tribal representatives, as well as the great work of the STT team and council staff. Unfortunately, the salmon situation this year required some really tough decisions, which I found no pleasure in. I'm pretty sure I heard the word closed as often as I heard the word open. And I really wish the circumstances had been a lot different. So we had some better alternatives heading into April, but this is a situation we're in. So.
Thank you, John. For any discussion? Okay. It's not seeing any. Call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Looking to California. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move the council adopt for public review alternatives for ocean commercial and recreational salmon fisheries between the Oregon-California border and the U.S.-Mexico border as described in agenda item D7A supplemental STT report 1 dated March 10th, 2023.
Okay, Marcy, is the language accurate on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Second by Bob Dooley. Sorry, Mark. Okay, please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First, I want to echo John's testimony regarding the Oregon alternatives. I think I can say the same for California. The South of Falcon process has certainly been challenging this year. Want to acknowledge the great collaborations that we've had with our co-managers. Had some very good discussions and planning with our tribal counterparts on Klamath and to the north with Oregon on sharing arrangements. The SAS recommended alternatives are sufficiently risk averse and meet more than the minimum FMP and ESA criteria. That said, I want to acknowledge the exchange with Sheila Lynch yesterday and the reminder that status quo is within the range of alternatives and has been analyzed. Appreciate the testimony. We heard from Doug Laughlin earlier today that it's a challenging situation, and I know there are going to be some public members that provide us input on the alternatives at our public hearing and during the public comment period that might express some wide-ranging views on the fishery season alternatives in front of us. So I'm looking forward to that public comment opportunity and appreciate that it's been a tough week and certainly challenging set of circumstances. And it is raining, which is good news. So thank you all.
Thank you, Marcy. For discussion on the motion? You're not seeing any? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Any discussion before you go to Robin and to finish this off here? Okay, Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For agenda item D7, the council has done their work and adopted the management alternatives for 2023 to get out for public review. We'll work internally to get those posted on our website, and looking forward to the salmon hearings coming up in the next week or so. With that, I think you've done your work and we can wrap up this agenda item. And I can't finish it without saying a big thank you to the people that are in the process. Couldn't have done it without them. So thank you again.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Thank you, Robin. Okay, this is D7, and will now take us to D8 salmon hearings. Robin?
All right, back again. So under D8, we're going to appoint the salmon hearing officers for the meetings that are going to be coming up in March. You'll have attachment 1, which pretty much spells everything out for you. You have the times and dates and places for the Washington, Oregon, and California meetings that are scheduled. And lower in the table, you have the names of folks that will be in attendance. I will say, at least for the U.S. Coast Guard, there have been some staff changes, and the council is aware, and we will look to be introduced to those new U.S. Coast Guard members as well. But just to note that the persons attending for U.S. Coast Guard will change, but other than that, attachment 1 is there for your review.
Okay. Thank you, Robin. And I guess with that, we'll just, they are in front of us. So I guess, I can't remember how, I haven't done this portion before, but Kyle, you all sat there in Washington for.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be happy to serve as the hearing officer for the meeting in Westport. There might be other council members that attend. I'll have Carol Vandegraff, who's been the alternate STT person for a couple of years now, and our soon to be appointed, I hope, new STT member, Alex, Dr. Safiq there as well. I've driven by the Chateau Westport a bunch of times in the past few years, but it's been about 4 years since we've had a meeting there. But I'm happy to do that.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you, Kyle. John, see, you'll be the attendant for Oregon.
Yeah, that's correct. We'll be ready to go and get feedback there at that meeting, and yeah, I'll be representing.
Okay. I did notice that, that there's not a NIPS designee for the Oregon meeting assistant. Will there be one there named later, or are we just?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We have not yet identified a representative. So if you recall in the past, the meeting locations were such that we could have one person attend and the dates were adjacent. So we could have one person travel to both meetings. That's not feasible this year, given the location of the meetings, and there's not a hybrid option at the Oregon meeting. So we have not yet identified someone to attend for the Oregon meeting.
Okay. Great. All right, thank you. Okay, and then look to California. Marcy, you'll be the, or Mark will be, right, Mark?
Provided there's some protective gear issued, yes.
All right, well, I think we're set. Oh, Phil?
Just FYI, I plan to join Kyle at the Westport hearing.
As I plan on joining John in North Bend, so. And Butch, okay, you too? Yep.
I as well, until I saw the date, and that's my 41st anniversary. So that's going to be a coin flip where I make it, but I do kind of plan to attend with permission from the boss. Yeah.
Duly noted. Okay. All right. With that, Robin? Bob, sorry.
Sorry, a little late on the draw, Mr. Vice Chair. I will also be attending the Santa Rosa meeting with Mark. Help where I can.
All right, very good. Okay, Robin, how are we doing?
Hey, you're doing great. I think you've got this all wrapped up. We know who's going to be at our salmon hearing meetings hosted by the council, and look forward to it. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You're done with the salmon agenda items.
Okay, thank you, Robin, and yep, good work by you, the SCT and the SAS on salmon this meeting, and tough meeting. So, okay, with that, I will hand the gavel back to our chair.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Pengar. So we'll now move to administrative matters. The first item is the approval of the council, or rather, yeah, the council meeting record. That has been in the briefing book since the beginning, the record of the November meeting. And I'd like to see if there are any corrections, additions, or a motion to approve. We'll pause for a minute. There's some seats being changed, so I'll stand by. as our salmon folks leave. All right, coming back to agenda item G4, approval of council meeting record. We have before us attachment 1, which is the draft record from the November meeting, and now is the time to approve it. But if there are any additions or corrections, now is also the time for that. So I'm going to look around and look for a raised hand. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move the council approve the council meeting record as presented in agenda item G4, attachment 1, draft council meeting record, 269th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, November 2nd through 8, 2022.
Thank you for the motion, Phil Anderson, and I'll look for a second. Seconded by Virgil Moore. Please speak to your motion if you believe it's necessary.
I found the record to be accurate and complete and appreciate the staff that put the document together.
All right. Any discussion? Not seeing any discussion. We'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the motion. That concludes our action on agenda item G4, and will move us into agenda item G5, membership appointments and council operating procedures. And for that, I will turn to Deputy Director Kelly Ames.
Good morning, Chair Grelnick, council members. Yes, this is membership appointments and council operating procedures. Under this agenda item, the council considers administrative appointment issues regarding changes to the council membership roster, including council member and advisory body membership. For council officers, members, and designees, the council received a letter from Commander J.J. Rasnick of the U.S. Coast Guard informing the council of revisions to his designee list. You can find that in agenda item G5, attachment 1. Lieutenant Devin Zeich has replaced Lieutenant Leah Lingo as the U.S. Coast Guard second designee to the council. Lieutenant Zeich also replaces Lieutenant Lingo as one of the Coast Guard representatives to the enforcement consultants, filling the role of co-vice chair. Additionally, in attachment 2, you'll find a letter from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Director, Mr. Kurt Melcher, who informed the council of revisions to his designee list, adding Miss Lynn Mattis, who you all welcomed to the table throughout this week. Miss Mattis has resigned her position on the groundfish management team, and ODF&W is currently seeking a replacement. Additionally, the Idaho Department of Fish and Game notified us that their new director, Jim Fredericks. Director Fredericks has been a deputy director for the Idaho Department of Fish and Game since 2021 and is a former Fisheries Bureau chief. That is under closed session supplemental attachment 6. Relative to council advisory body appointments for the 2022 to 2024 term, the council recently solicited nominations for the Washington commercial position on the Coastal Pelagic Advisory subpanel and did not receive any nominations. Under this agenda item, the council should consider the next steps regarding this vacancy. For the Groundfish Advisory subpanel, we recently solicited nominations for the Washington Charter Boat Operator position and received a nomination from Mr. Paul Morante, which is under closed session attachment 1. Mr. Morante has the support of the Westport Charter Boat Association. For the SSC, we solicited nominations for one at-large position, which had formerly been held by Dr. Melissa Haltuck, and received a nomination from Dr. Michael Hinton. For council advisory body agency appointments, as noted above, Lieutenant Zeich replaces Lieutenant Leah Lingo as one of the Coast Guard representatives to the enforcement consultants. Additionally, for the Habitat Committee, the Idaho Department of Fish and Game nominated John Casanelli to the Idaho seat on the Habitat Committee, replacing Lance Hebden. That was in your supplemental closed session materials number 6. For the Salmon Technical Team and Model Evaluation Work Group, ODF&W nominated Ms. Cassandra Lehman to fill the Oregon position on both the STT and the MU. For the Salmon Technical Team, WDFW nominated Dr. Alexandria Safiq for the Washington position on the Salmon Technical Team. For the SSC, ODF&W nominated Dr. Cheryl Barnes for the Oregon position. Regarding remaining vacancies, the council is scheduled to convene a meeting of the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group in April 2023. This work group will report their findings to the council in June 2023. Recall, this is a group that meets every 2 years and is tasked with supporting the Endangered Species Act Section 7 compliance in the biological opinions for the continued operations of the groundfish fishery. Currently, the fishing representative position on this work group is vacant. The council should consider appointing a representative on an interim basis to avoid lack of representation at the April 2023 meeting. I believe the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel will be bringing forward a nomination for your consideration under this agenda item. Long-term, the council may wish to designate a position, designate this position as a GAP representative that is simply appointed every 2 years, consistent with the meeting schedule for this group. Additionally, we received the following resignations after the November council meeting, and we have currently solicited nominations for those positions. Those 2 positions are a resignation from Dr. Phil Levin for the Washington position on the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, and Mr. Anthony Woso resigned from the processor position on the CPSAS. And again, we have those nominations. They are posted right now. They will close Wednesday, March 15th, so that the council can consider those nominations at your April meeting. Additionally, Mr. Wayne Heikela resigned from the commercial troll position on the HMSAS, and we do plan to open nominations for that position after the March meeting. So I'm going to pause there. That was a lot of changes in our membership roster. Just want to see if there are any questions about that before I move on to the council operating procedures portion of the agenda.
All right, let me see if there are any questions of Kelly. It looks like you can proceed.
Great, thank you. All right, for the second part of this discussion, there are really 2 main parts. The first is consideration for adopting the CCC harassment procedures. The second part are some additional recommendations that staff have brought forward for your consideration. These additional considerations are what we might call steps to promote a respectful work environment. The second portion of these considerations, we are recommending you have at least a 2-meeting process for. So here we're not asking to make any final decisions on these considerations that staff have brought forward, but rather to promote a discussion and talk about a process for consideration. Relative to the CCC harassment policies, remember that at the November 2022 council meeting, we brought forward those final procedures for your consideration, and you tasked us with identifying the best way of incorporating that harassment procedures into our council operations and associated documentation. Attachment 3 in your briefing book are the CCC harassment procedures, which address allegations of harassment for process participants other than council employees, whereas attachment 4 is specific to council employees. Both documents focus on the reporting and investigation roles and responsibilities surrounding allegations of harassment. Council staff is currently in the process of incorporating attachment 4 into our personnel rules, and we recommend to you that the harassment procedures that apply to council process participants be adopted as a standalone policy and referenced in Council Operating Procedure 1 and in our standard operating protocols as described in attachment 5 and outlined in attachments 6 and 7. Given that the council has reviewed the CCC policy in November, you could either decide to adopt that policy as final today, along with the associated COP changes, or you could opt to put it out for public review. Relative to the additional steps that staff have brought forward for your consideration designed to promote a respectful work environment, as we were preparing the materials for this agenda item, staff identified several steps that the council could consider to further define expectations of council process participants, which could foster a more respectful work environment and facilitate the free flow of ideas that best serve the council's decision-making process. I'm going to briefly summarize what those ideas are. They are outlined in the staff white paper. The first was consider refining the council operating procedures to include protections for all council process participants. Currently, the language in the council operating procedures address removal of advisory group members based on inappropriate interactions between members of a particular committee and the council staff assigned to that committee. However, the COP protections do not extend to other process participants, such as members of the public, state and federal, tribal employees, or other council staff, external consultants, or contractors. If the council is interested in making the modifications to the COPs to address this issue, we would recommend you put those out for public review at this meeting. The next idea is enhancing our intent to serve form. So when individuals come aboard the council process, they are asked to sign an intent to serve form, which currently only references the Department of Commerce Code of Conduct, which is really surrounding financial interests and how you represent yourself. Staff thought it might be helpful to modify the intent to serve form to include the following statement. I agree to follow the process and procedures outlined in the council operating procedures and harassment reporting procedures. That's a reference to the CCC policy I mentioned previously. I commit to promoting an environment that encourages mutual respect, promotes civil discourse, and is free from all forms of harassment and discrimination during council-sponsored meetings. I understand that as a member of a council advisory body, I'm expected to conduct myself in a professional manner when on council-funded travel and when attending council-sponsored meetings for the duration of such travel and meetings, including when the meeting is in recess. Again, here, this is a staff proposal for your consideration. If there is interest, we would recommend this be the sort of thing that is put out for public review. We did have general counsel review the language that we proposed to include in the intent to serve form. However, there are not really any legal issues surrounding this language. It is more of operational guidelines. The other two ideas that staff brought forward for your consideration are a consideration for ground rules that apply to advisory group discussions. So as you all know, here on the council, you operate under Robert's Rules of Order, which is a very structured and organized way of meeting facilitation. But for our advisory groups, they operate in a much less formal capacity. However, there may be a desire to establish some baseline ground rules to facilitate their discussions. Council staff has prepared for your consideration an example of such ground rules, and those can be found in Appendix 2 of our staff report, which is Attachment 5. Additionally, there was a recognition that each of our advisory groups operate in a different manner. So staff thought it might be helpful for each group to document how they facilitate healthy debates and how they review, resolve, and finalize statements. So we're calling those kind of operational guidelines. So 2 bins there, ground rules and operational guidelines. So again, with these 2 items, if there is interest, the council can task staff to either further refine these or put them out for further review and comment. Finally, under this agenda item, the tribes have submitted a report with their proposed modifications to the CCC harassment procedures for council consideration. Under this agenda item, the task here is to discuss and consider guidance and next steps for the CPSAS Washington commercial position. Number 2, appointing a Washington charter boat operator nominee to the GAP. Number 3, appointing an at-large nominee to the SSC. Number 4, appointing an ODF&W nominee to the STT and MU. Number 5, appointing a WDFW nominee to the STT. Number 6, appointing an ODF&W nominee to the Oregon position on the SSC. Number 7, an interim appointment to the Washington representative position on the Groundfish ESA work group, and consider modifications to the work group membership as appointment as appropriate. And number 8, directing any necessary action to solicit additional nominees. And lastly, the action would be to consider adopting the CCC harassment policies or amending them as appropriate into council rules and procedures, and consideration for these staff recommendations for additional steps that are intended to foster a respectful work environment. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions on the agenda item overview or materials in front of you.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the overview? I know we'll have a lot of discussion later, but I just want to see if there are any questions. All right, thank you for the overview. So we'll get started with our reports. We do have a number of reports into this agenda item. And so we will start with the Groundfish Management Team, Whitney Roberts, and Whitney will be followed by the SSC, Don Holland.
Good morning, Chair Grelnick and members of the council. My name is Whitney Roberts, and I hear it's of the interest to the council for me to summarize the management team's report, so I will be doing so. Our report on membership appointments and council operating procedures. In summary, the GMT is supportive of this overall initiative for adopting the harassment policies into the council's operating procedures. We also concur with the tribal recommendation that any body receiving harassment reports be diverse and open for all in the council process to feel comfortable. We also, in terms of the ground rules, are recommending that council staff develop a template that allows the different ABs to flexibly fit the ground rules based on their unique operations. And then we also hope that we can iteratively modify those ground rules in the future as needed, and that they would not be rigid given turnover and different leadership in the ABs. We also, in regards to the council staff recommendation for unique operations documentation, note that the GMT is already sort of undertaking that initiative with our own continuity book. And then lastly, regarding the proposed language for the council operating procedures and statement of organization practices and procedures that the council staff proposed, we note that the language is exactly the same between those two documents. And it's the GMT's understanding that the SOPP is intended to be more specific to process procedures and steps taken to address any sort of harassment report. And then we also note that there is no inclusion that noting that there would not be retaliation or consequences for someone who brings forward a harassment report, and that is an important piece to this overall objective. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions on the GMT's report.
All right, thank you very much for the report. Let me see if there are any questions from the council. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Whitney. Now, Dan Holland, who will be followed by Corey Green with the Habitat Committee report. So welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I'll summarize the report from the SSC on this item. The SSC is supportive of efforts to formalize these policies and has the following suggestions for improving their incorporation in the COP. First of all, we noted that it might be useful to review the harassment and conduct policies of other organizations, particularly those that are involved in council activities, just to make sure that we are comprehensive and consistent and current with the currently accepted norms. We noted that the policy should have clear definitions and specific examples of harassment and misconduct. There should be diversity in the set of people to whom allegations of harassment or misconduct can be reported and in the methods of reporting them. And particularly, we noted there should be gender diversity in points of contact. And lastly, it would be useful to clarify the actions the council would take against an individual, offending individual in response to a harassment or misconduct. And that concludes our report.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions on the SSC report? Thank you very much. Now we'll have the Habitat Committee report from Corey Green, and that will be followed by the Ecosystem Working Group. I have Dr. Tommy Moore, or in his absence, Kit Dahl. So Corey, are you with us? All right. Corey's not with us. We'll come back to that. Maybe he'll join. Otherwise, we'll have a staff officer read that. We'll go to the Ecosystem Working Group. Dr. Moore. Kit Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll read the supplemental EWG report 1 on behalf of the EWG. And been asked to try to summarize here. So generally, let me see how well I can do that. So the EWG concurs with the council's staff's recommended edits relevant to council operating procedures and the intent to serve form, and also endorses the recommendations for refinements to policies found in the Tribal Report 1. While the EWG agrees to the ideas expressed in Attachment 5, Appendix 2, those are the example ground rules, we do not see the need for advisory bodies to develop their own ground rules separate from the council operating procedures around harassment and other inappropriate behavior. Variation in allowable behavior between advisory bodies would add confusion for the public and the council process participants and could open the door for misconduct if something is permitted by one advisory but not by the other. And then let's see, also a couple recommended edits to the appendix 2 and the staff paper attachment 5. And so that's the ground rules, example ground rules. And so they recommend splitting bullet C into 2 separate points and modifying the first component to apply only to non-advisory body members. So that first bullet would read, non-advisory body members should follow the guidelines to set by the moderator before speaking. And then the second part of that existing bullet would be separated into a separate bullet. So that's just as written, do not interrupt or engage in side conversations when others have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Kit? We could put him on the spot here, but I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Corey Green apparently is not online, so is there a staff officer who could read the Habitat Committee report? We'll pause while staff thinks about that. We'll move on to the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. Gway Kirchner, are you with us? Gway, you are online, but we're not hearing you. All right, we will come back. I think I see Kit's coming up. Thank you, Kit, for volunteering. Are you here to read the Habitat Committee report? Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. This is a longer statement, so let's see how well I can do to summarize this. Basically, they have a bullet list of recommendations for the council and staff to consider. More strongly distinguish between incidents of harassment and inappropriate behavior, and clearly outline the procedures for handling, reporting, and addressing those events. And they also note that in the proposed ground rules, that's that attachment to breaches of proper conduct or rudeness are lumped with harassment, and distinguishing between those and the actions taken as a result could clarify the mechanisms in place to maintain civility and a safe working environment. They also recommend providing specific guidance for how the general public or those new to the council process should approach council staff or advisory body members when and if there is an incident of harassment or inappropriate behavior. And they suggest specifically include email addresses on the documents for reaching members, and identify the role of advisory body chairs to maintain and improve civility within their meetings. They suggest, excuse me, online strategies for displaying and disseminating these policies and guidelines within the council meeting environment and process. And so as an example, including the ground rules on the agendas for the advisory bodies. And so there's an opportunity for folks to review those before the meeting starts. Or alternatively, it could be posted on the door of the meeting room. And then they have a suggested modification to footnote 1 in the COP1 language. And essentially, I think it's just a stylistic or whatever you want to call it. So they're proposing striking in the first sentences, for the purposes of this policy, strike covers A. So it would just read, for the purposes of this policy, harassment includes unwelcome conduct, et cetera, et cetera. And then let's see, we also recognize the diverse set of procedures and operational norms represented in each advisory body, and therefore support the freedom for advisory bodies to define their own ground rules. And finally, they thank the council and council staff for proactively addressing the need for these policies, and that will broadly inform and align participants and also make the council process safer and more inclusive.
Thank you very much, Kit. Any questions on the report? Again, another opportunity to put Kit on the spot, but I'm not seeing any hands. So thank you very much, Kit. That was the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report. I see Corey Green is online, and so we'll give Corey a shot here at the Habitat Committee report. Welcome, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
You bet. Thanks.
I'm reading agenda item G5A, Supplemental HC Report 1, Report on Membership Appointments and Council Operating Procedures. The HC discussed the intent and recommendations to incorporate the Council Coordination Committee harassment procedures into council operations. The HC supports incorporating these procedures into council operations, including additional language on standards of behavior in the intent to serve. The HC also supports expanding these expectations of behavior and harassment procedures to apply to all Pacific Fishery Management Council process participants. The HC agrees with tribal comments regarding Model Fishery Management Council policy, that's in Tribal Report 1, to further define the process for responding to reports and ensure diversity in the individuals to whom harassment would be reported. The HC does not support adopting a single set of standard operating procedures for all advisory bodies because the Habitat Committee has developed an existing set of operating procedures that work for the committee. Be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much, Corey. Any questions on the Habitat Committee report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And you may or may not have had this conversation, but you do cite not having a single set of standard operating procedures. And I'm just wondering if there was any thought about having an overarching umbrella policy that was able to be structured in a way that would allow the individual advisory bodies to have what they need, but at the same time have a uniform set of standards so that people participating as they move from room to room understand what the intention is in all of those rooms.
Thank you for the question. That's a good point. I think there could be, so first of all, we didn't generally discuss that point, but thinking about how the HC operates versus others and my experience, like you going from room to room, I think there could be some general set of expectations which could be adoptable by individual advisory bodies. And so basically you have a general overarching set of principles, and then those are tailored for each advisory body as they feel the need to.
Thank you for that. Any other questions on the Habitat Committee report? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering, I was not aware the Habitat Committee had developed their own set of operating procedures, and I'm wondering if that is documented somewhere so we could see what they have done.
Yes, we have a manual online that certainly can be shared with the council that goes through all sort of the expectations that new members learn about in their initial appointment.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the Habitat Committee? All right, thank you very much, Corey. I'm going to ask Joe Oatman. I didn't have a name next to the travel report, and there have been a number of references to the excellent travel report. So I wanted to see if you wanted to read that into the record or summarize it, however you want to do. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and do appreciate the opportunity to read this travel report 1 into the record. As noted, it's been referenced in a number of other reports that we just heard, so I think that might be appropriate. So with that, this involves the agenda item G5A, Tribal Report 1. This includes the tribal comments regarding Model Fishery Management Council policy on addressing allegations of harassment. So in November, the council was presented with a model policy for addressing allegations of harassment of council employees and council process participants. After reviewing the model policy presented, we have a few suggestions for improving the policy as it is incorporated in council operating procedures and goes out for public review. First, the policy should include examples of harassment. It's all too easy for people to claim ignorance that their behavior is out of bounds. Clear examples that are made public and widely available help eliminate that excuse. There are examples that can be pulled from existing laws and policies. We do have a footnote that provides some examples of those. I'm not going to read those, but I want to direct your attention to those. Second, under the procedures section on council response to reports, it speaks of the executive director taking appropriate response to reports. It also mentions appropriate follow-up by the response team. This section would benefit from clarity of the appropriate response and follow-up. First, is there more to the director's appropriate response to a report than convening the response team? Does an appropriate response include taking any action recommended by the response team? The response steps should be explicit in the policy. Next, examples of appropriate follow-up should include a schedule of disciplinary consequences. It could include training, removal from advisory bodies for repeat offenses, etc. Third, there should be diversity in the identities of the people to whom participants are supposed to report harassment. While the current deputy director is a woman, there have been many times in the past when the executive director, deputy director, council chair, and council vice chair have all been men. As an example, some women might not feel comfortable talking about sexual harassment with a man after a traumatic experience. The council leadership here and elsewhere has largely been white, male, cisgendered, straight, etc. And often the victims of harassment are people who don't fit these identities. The council should consider how it can make the harassment reporting response system more representative. Active engagement with the advisory bodies and other council participants during the review period will make for a much stronger policy. The finalized policy should be provided to all new members and appointees with their orientation materials, as well as easily accessible on the PFMC website and any other prominent public-facing policies. Example, as one of the colorful fact sheets on the briefing materials table. So that concludes this report, and again, appreciate being able to share these comments on this policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. Are there any questions on the travel report? Dr. Karen Braby.
Not so much a question, Mr. Chair, but just appreciation for the thoughtfulness in that. And that's been expressed in some of the other team, some of the team reports already, and just appreciate that work that you've put for us.
Any other questions? All right, we'll continue on with our reports. We'll next hear from the GAP, Susan Chambers, and then we will then hear from the HMSAS that may or may not be Mike Conray. We'll find out. It'll be a surprise. So Susan.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Susan Chambers, and I will summarize our GAP report. First up, we have the Endangered Species Act work group. Regarding an appointment to the ESA work group, we support the default appointment of the GAP chair or vice chair to fill that position in the long term. For short term appointments where there is a where a specific set of circumstances or fishery gear type may be discussed, we may suggest an alternate. That is the case this time, and we are proposing Mr. Harrison Eibach of the GAP to fill the seat for the upcoming ESA work group meeting in April. Regarding agenda item G5, attachment 3, we support the policy on reporting harassment. And as far as council policies on harassment and meeting decorum, we support the staff recommendations found in attachment 5. Appreciate the council's leadership in taking this on. And we also support adopting unique ground rules for each advisory body. As you know, the GAP operates a little bit differently than, like every other advisory body. And so we support creating those. And that summarizes our GAP statement. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Susan. Any questions on the GAP report? All right, thank you, Susan. We'll now go to the HMSAS report. I did not see Mike Conroy online, and I'm not hearing his voice. So, Dr. Dahl, you are the designated reader of reports for whom we have no advisory body representative. So if you could be so kind as to come up to the table with for the HMSAS report. And we applaud you for your service.
Yeah, it seems to be all my committees that are somewhere else. Okay. Oh, wait, I've got the wrong one open. Give me a sec. Sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is short and sweet. I should be able to do this without even summarizing. So this is as you noted, the HMSAS report. The HMSAS discussed the possibility of applying a single set of standard operating procedures for all advisory bodies and is comfortable that its own current procedures and does not support blanket procedures to apply to all advisory bodies.
All right, thank you very much for that report. Any questions? Thank you, Kit. I think you get a break for the HMS management team because I saw Liz Helmers is online. So Liz, welcome.
Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
The highly migratory species management team reviewed the materials about harassment policies and particularly supports the views expressed in the tribal, EWG, and SSC reports. The team additionally noticed that the language regarding harassment and decorum specifically refers to when on council travel. Should the council continue with some form of virtual or hybrid meetings, we feel it would be prudent for such rules to apply to participation in these formats as well. Clarity regarding the applicability of the rules to online meetings would be important to ensure consistency across meeting formats. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Liz. Any questions of Liz? Thank you, Liz. We have a report from the CPS, Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team. Dr. Alan Sarch, I see you're online, so please go ahead.
Yeah, let's skip the doctor part. Just a mister. I will just be hitting the high points here. And the CPSMT supports adopting proposed changes to COP1 and SOPP, and also recommends council adopting universal set of rules applicable to all council participants, recognizing that these may be modified. The CPSMT also sees merit in documenting its own operating procedures and will discuss doing so. The team concurs with the points raised in Tribal Report 1, including ensuring the diversity of people to whom council process participants could report instances of harassment. The team also recommends coordination between council and the general counsel or human resources of partner agencies regarding any proposed changes to the policies and the intent to serve form. That's all we have.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the CPS-AS report? Thank you very much. And last, and certainly not least, we have the CPS-AS report. And I see that Michael Koneski is online. So Mike, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. Check to see if the voice is coming through okay. I've had problems with this one before, so.
You're sounding loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I'll be reading from agenda item G5A, Supplemental CPS-AS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel on Membership Appointments and Council Operating Procedures. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel strongly supports the revisions to Council Operating Procedure 1 and Statement of Organization Practices and Procedures to prevent harassment of participants in the council process as described in attachments 5, 6, and 7, and recommends the council adopt revisions for public review. Effective policies on harassment are important to providing a productive environment for council business. The CPS-AS supports uniform rules for all bodies so long as the chair of each body has the authority to manage the meeting as needed to ensure that the body can conduct its business in an efficient and inclusive manner. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
All right, Mike, are there any questions for Mike on the CPS-AS report? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you, and good morning to you.
Great. That completes all the reports. My intention is to take the one public comment and then we'll take our morning break. So welcome, Tara Brock. Welcome to the March meeting. Tara, you're muted, I think. There you go.
Thank you. I was talking to myself. Good morning, Chair Grolnick and members of the council. For the record, my name is Tara Brock. I represent the conservation organization Oceana, but today I'm also speaking on behalf of myself and other council participants who have personally experienced inappropriate and uncivil behavior at council meetings, including verbal assault, harassment, bullying, and intimidation. I have spoken with many council members and staff about these issues over the years and have even unfortunately had to report inappropriate behavior. But as we know, council members and staff are not constant, which is why it is so important that expectations of council participants and the consequences for failing to meet those expectations be made clear. I believe we all share the goal of ensuring a healthy and respectful council environment. In order to foster such an environment, however, the council should not limit itself to only addressing behavior that would cross the legal bar of harassment. We therefore recommend the council direct staff to draft a code of conduct that would go further to address unacceptable behavior that might not fall under the legal definition of harassment. Any code of conduct should make clear that the policy applies to all council-related meetings, including off-site and virtual meetings of advisory bodies and technical teams, social events, and meals, and at all times when council participants are gathering. As to the proposed harassment policies in front of you today, we strongly support the comments of the tribal report and recommend the council strengthen and expand the proposed policies to include more diverse reporting mechanisms and more specific response procedures and timelines. We also agree that what constitutes the appropriate response and appropriate follow-up need to be better defined, including disciplinary actions such as training and removal from an AB or participation in meetings. We would also like to see the council add the ability for council participants to report anonymously and include whistleblower protections, particularly in terms of retaliation. We recommend the changes to the statement of organization, practices, and procedures better detail the processes the council will follow when allegations of harassment arise. The SOPP is a binding document that details the processes and procedures to which the council is obliged to adhere, and that must be approved by the secretary. It seems important that how the council plans to handle reports of harassment, including disciplinary actions, timelines, whistleblower protections, and retaliation be in the SOPP. COPs are not binding and are generally meant to guide how the council does its business as stewards of fishery management plans. While we support including harassment policy references in the COPs as well, the council can stray from their COPs, and that's why it's important these procedures be put into the SOPP specifically. We do suggest, however, that the COPs could be an appropriate place for a broader code of conduct that would go beyond allegations of harassment. Attending council meetings can be an overwhelming experience, especially when you're new to the process. The council has repeatedly stated its goal of expanding council participation and diversity. Ensuring that council participants feel safe and welcome at council meetings is necessary to achieve this goal and foster a healthy and respectful council environment. I want to sincerely thank the council, staff, and all the ABs for your thoughtful attention and discussion of this issue. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tara, for those comments, especially reference to your firsthand experience. Let's see if there are any questions of Tara. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't a question. I just wanted to echo your thanks for Tara for taking the time to be here today and sharing your experience and offering some suggestions about how we can move forward. So thanks very much.
Any further questions of Tara? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also want to say thank you, Tara. I appreciate you being willing to come forward on this topic in 2018. The work in terms of creating a COP or helping to create a COP that addresses some of these issues. And I agree with you. I don't think that they go far enough. I am curious, because you have been in the process for a long period of time, if you think there have been changes between the time before we had this and the time after we have this in terms of people and their engagement in the council process. I will pause there.
Thank you, Krista, for the question. I think that, in honesty, having virtual and the ability for virtual meetings has tempered some of the tension that can occur at in-person meetings. I would not say specifically that I've seen a change in behavior. Even at recent council meetings, I've had colleagues who experienced bullying and did not feel welcome, and having new colleagues come to meetings and feel that. So I think it's very important that we continue these discussions and that more specific policies and procedures be made clear. And one of the reports, and I can't remember which one, suggested having a code of conduct that would even be, one of the glossy papers that's put out at council meetings, or we've thought in the past of it could even be on a large bulletin board before you walk into the meeting, on what we expect and how we expect people to behave in a respectful manner. So that wasn't a very specific answer, but I can tell you that even at recent meetings, there has been behavior that I would say is not welcoming and does not make people feel welcome and safe in the council environment.
Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have one more follow-up question. I appreciate your honesty that this is not just something that happened 5 years ago and we're resurfacing the same issues, that this is continued behavior. We also had quite a few comments in the advisory bodies about the need to have some flexibility within their different rooms. And I mentioned an umbrella policy where we would have kind of a baseline, but allow some flexibility. as a member of the public, do you see benefit in that, or do you think that there needs to be a more rigid approach?
Thank you for the question again. I think an overarching procedure or even an overarching code of conduct might be able to address a lot of that, and then allowing the flexibilities for ABs to sort of operate. I know the staff report had a little bit of separation about sort of how the ABs want to operate, and I do understand that there's a difference between them. So I think allowing that flexibility is fine, but having some overarching processes and maybe a code of conduct would help to make sure there is some standardization about what's expected within advisory bodies.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Virgil Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tara, you mentioned anonymity relative to reporting, and I guess I need that clarified. Are you talking about totally anonymous complaints, or are you talking about keeping the complainant anonymous when the investigation or the activity takes place? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. My intent was to keep the reporting entity anonymous so that there is no chance for retaliation or otherwise. I think it could be difficult to have a fully anonymous reporting system, but I also would not be opposed to offering that to participants, and believe that there are other systems that the council could look at in developing such a policy. Not something I'm prepared to give a specific process or procedure for today, but know that there are out there plenty of examples that we could look to make sure that we're protecting people who report allegations of harassment.
All right, any further questions? Thank you very much, Tara, for your comments and for your participation in the council process. It's valued. So that concludes public comment. Is 20 minutes enough time for folks to do what they need to do this morning? I'm seeing general nod of heads. I'm not seeing any objections. So we'll be back here at 10:05. My intent is to take up the appointments first, because I think that's business we can wrap up pretty quickly, and then we'll dive into the policy and procedures, a discussion and action. So we'll see you back here at 10:05. 1 minute warning. All right, well, we are well past our 10:05 resumption time. Not everyone is here, but I think in the interest of time, we're going to get started anyway. We are on council discussion and action on agenda item G5. And as I said before, we're going to deal with the appointments first, and then we'll come back to the council operating procedures. So let me open the floor, see if there's any discussion. And after we've had an opportunity for discussion, I will turn to folks for motions. So let's see if there's any discussion. Again, this is really on the appointments side of this agenda item, not on the COPs. All right, I'm not seeing any hands. What, is there a hand? Okay. All right. I've got a list I'm going to work from for starts, to get us started, and then we'll fill in the gaps from there. So I'm going to first look to the appointment to the Washington Charter Boat Operator position on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the council appoint Mr. Paul Moranti to the Washington Charter Boat Operator position on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel.
Thank you, Phil. The language on the screen looks accurate and complete. I'll look for a second. Seconded by Heather Hall. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've known Paul personally for probably close to 40 years. He's been active in the charter boat industry in Washington throughout that period of time. He's also more recently here served as a alternate to the person in this seat. So he's got experience coming in with the council process, and I think he'll be a valuable addition to the GAP.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on this appointment, on this motion? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Thank you for the motion. Congratulations to Paul Moranti. And next, I'll go to the at-large position on the Science and Statistical Committee. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the council appoint Dr. Michael Hinton to an at-large position on the Scientific and Statistical Committee.
Thank you for the motion. The language looks correct. Look for a seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hinton is a former IATTC long-term employee with lots of expertise on HMS stock assessments, and certainly will bring that expertise with him to the SSC. I guess the SSC is his idea of fun and retirement, so we wish him well. Thank you.
All right, any discussion on this motion? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to the ODF and W position on the Salmon Technical Team and Model Evaluation Workshop. Dr. Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the council appoint Ms. Cassandra Lehman to the ODFW position on the Salmon Technical Team and Model Evaluation Work Group.
All right, thank you. The language on the screen looks correct. I'll look for a second. Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Please speak to your motion.
Cassandra has joined the ODFW team and has many skills to lend to these groups and has been serving very successfully this week already. We look forward to her joining us permanently on these teams.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion. We also have a vacancy, the ODF and W position on the Scientific and Statistical Committee. Dr. Braby?
I move the council appoint Dr. Cheryl Barnes to the ODFW position on the SSE.
All right, I'll look for a second. Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. Dr. Barnes has been welcomed into the Oregon State University faculty and has deep experience in fisheries information and study. And we are thrilled to have her on the SSE and part of the ODFW team as a joint faculty member between ODFW and OSU.
All right, thank you for the motion. Any discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion. And we have a vacancy on the WDF and W position on the Salmon technical team. Heather Hall, do you have a motion for us?
I move the council appoint Dr. Alexandria Safiq to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife position on the Salmon technical team.
All right, the language there looks accurate and complete. I'll look for a second. Seconded by Butch Smith. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. Dr. Safiq is an amazing new addition to our agency. We are really excited to have her on the WDFW team. She dove right in this week to work on the SSC, and we're just glad to have her here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion on this motion? Not seeing any hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Executive Director. Looking at our list here, we also have a vacancy for the GAP representative on the Groundfish ESA work group. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I do have a motion for this. I don't want to preclude any council discussion about it.
I think if you put the motion forward, we'll have an opportunity for discussion on this appointment.
Okay, thank you. I move the council appoint Mr. Harrison Ibach as the fishing representative on the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group for the April 2023 meeting. And for the long term, designate this position as a GAP representative that is appointed every 2 years, consistent with the meeting schedule for this group.
All right, thank you for the motion. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
All right, I will look for a second. Okay, seconded by Marcia Remco. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you. I think the GAP has done a really good job of looking through their membership and through the fishing community as a whole to get the right person to speak to the issues that come up at the Endangered Species Work Group. This work group meets every other year. And so agenda topics can change. Harrison is going to be a great addition for this upcoming meeting. And then this leaves room for the GAP to appoint someone for the next upcoming meeting that maybe fits what's on the agenda at the time.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for the maker of the motion? Discussion? Now's your chance for discussion. All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. I believe, to my knowledge, those are the appointments that we have, but I'm going to turn to our Deputy Director, Kelly Ames. I do know we have some new vacancies. So could you refresh our recollection on our remaining actions with regard to appointments.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. We do intend to advertise the commercial troll position on the HMSAS. This was the seat recently vacated by Mr. Wayne Heikela. And so with your concurrence, we'll go ahead and get that posted after this meeting.
And we do have 2 open application nomination processes, which we'll take up in the April meeting.
Yes, thank you for highlighting that. And for anyone who is listening online, we do not have any nominations yet. So it would be great to see some nominations come forward before that solicitation closes on Wednesday, March 15th.
Okay, thanks very much. Let me see if there's any other business on this agenda item aside from the COP and related issues. And have I missed anything aside from that? Okay, great. Marcy Uremko, or is there someone with their hand raised online, or? Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if there were any chairs appointments that were necessary at this time.
There is a chair appointment. And can we come back to that? I know that there is we discussed that, and let me come back to that. I don't have that in front of me right now.
Thank you.
All right. So now we will move into the other portion of this agenda item dealing with council operating procedures. And there are multiple parts here. And I think that it makes sense to adopt them and to address them in parts. The first, we have the council coordinating committee model harassment policies. So that was attachment 4, I believe. Is that correct? Okay, so I'm getting confirmation from Deputy Director Kelly Ames. That's that issue. So again, I think the issue here is merely to adopt for public review. We're not adopting any of these policies here. Is that correct, Kelly Ames?
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Just a few points of clarification here, because I know this is a big set of attachments in your briefing book. So attachment 3 is the CCC policy addressing allegations of harassment for process participants other than council employees. Attachment 3 is really the focus here of this discussion. Attachment 4 addresses allegations of harassment of council employees. And as I noted during the agenda item overview, council staff is already incorporating that policy into our personnel rules. So with regard to attachment 2 for the council process participants, this is the second time you have seen the CCC policy. So the council could decide at this meeting to adopt it as final, or you could decide to have additional consideration of this matter at an upcoming meeting. The choice is yours.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. So let's talk about attachment 3, which we've had before us. Is there any interest in adopting this? Let's have some discussion about the path forward on this portion of the agenda item. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just have a quick question, if that's okay.
Of course.
Thanks. We heard in the GMT report was talking a little bit about the adoption via the COPs versus the SOPPs. And I was just wondering if Kelly or Merrick or someone could provide a little bit of more clarity on what the difference between those two are and sort of what the implications are for adopting language in either of those documents.
Merrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question, Mr. Ridings. And I would also invite General Counsel, if Sheila has an opinion, to go ahead and speak up for anything I might have might butcher here. But there are a couple of things to keep in perspective as we think about your question. So one is that the SOPPs do take secretarial approval, and that brings with them a certain degree of gravity that is weightier than our COPs. Our COPs have a lot of weight to them. There was a public comment made that we don't always follow them, and that is true. The SOPPs are much weightier in that regard. In terms of process and procedure, I have not been through a SOPP amendment, for lack of a better word, before. In talking with some of my fellow executive directors, their experience has been that it can take quite a bit of time. And so if you're thinking about the practical implications here, I would maybe encourage you to think about it this way, where one is the COPs, they will carry a lot of weight. And certainly as Kelly and I work to incorporate and manage any incidents of harassment or what have you, the COPs will be a really powerful tool for us, or anyone else for that matter. The SOPPs, because they can be more involved and take more time with the secretary, if there are additional steps that you want to take, you might wait until we're ready and put it all together as one package. That's what comes to my mind in terms of a way forward and what the implications of them are. And I guess I would then refer to NOAA or General Counsel to see if they have more to add on the difference between those two documents and their practical implications.
Sheila, you have anything to add there?
I don't. I would just confirm Mr. Burden's assessment that the SOPPs, in order to change those, does require a fair amount more process. And also those are supposed to be consistent with guidelines published by the Secretary, or NOAA in this case. So I think changing those is a much more involved process than changing the COPs. I have not been through it either, but my understanding is that it would be considerably more involved.
Thank you. Corey, does that respond to your question?
It does, thank you. And if I may, I'm remiss, I should have opened with my appreciation for this document and our ability to move through it. So thanks to the council staff for this.
All right, further discussion, Dr. Raby.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time tracking, so I just want to ask a clarifying question. Today, we could choose to adopt COP language, yet if there's something that we would like to see in the SOPP in the long term, but we're not ready to make that decision today, we can have a separate adoption future process for the SOPP. Is that true?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. Braby. I think I would say that is true. Yes, that in fact, I might even encourage you to think of it that way if there's more that you want to do on this item beyond what's in front of you here.
All right, looking around the table for further discussion. Phil Anderson.
So if I just another point of clarity. So if we were to adopt the CCC's sexual harassment process for participants other than council employees, would that be a new standalone COP?
Merrick.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Anderson. In consulting with some of my fellow EDs about how to best go about this, what I believe almost all of us are proposing is that this would be, what's the right word? It would not be a standalone COP, but it would be, our COPs would refer to these policies. And so in that way, they would be incorporated into the COP without us going in and trying to figure out how to feather in language in this paragraph and that paragraph. And so what you see in the text that Ms. Ames has run through are places in our COPs that reference these policies. And so if you were to pull up then our webpage, what you would see if you move forward in this way is you would have our COPs, our SOPPs, and then you have another bit of reference material that talks about code of conduct and the fiscal material. And then we would envision below that our harassment policies. So another document referenced on that page. Does that help, Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, I think the answer to the question is that we would move to adopt this as our policy addressing allegations of harassment for participants or process participants other than council employees.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson. And I'm sorry, Ms. Ames, if I'm taking over here, feel free just to step in. But I think there's two parts to it. So one is you would adopt the policy, and the second part is adopt the language in the COP that points to that policy.
Yeah, I'll note that that's how it's structured in attachment 6 with reference to the, it's a change. I forget the COP number that it's referenced, but it's there's a section there for the harassment procedures policy. Krista, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just will kind of put where my thoughts are on this. I am comfortable with adopting the CCC harassment policies. I was comfortable adopting the COP. I am beginning to wonder if it would be better to put it out for public review based upon the amount of comment we received from our advisory bodies and from our public comment, and then just from random people talking to me. I am not comfortable putting forward a final motion on the SOPP because I don't think any of these go far enough in terms of being all encompassing. And I am leaning towards, I would be more comfortable if we handled them separately, meaning let's sort out, do we want to essentially finalize the CCC policies and then move into how do we want to handle the COPs? And maybe as we have the discussion, get some consensus on, can we put a pin in the SOPPs for right now while we sort out what we would like to do moving forward?
Thank you, Krista, for those thoughts. Phil Anderson?
So one possible approach would be to adopt the policy, put the COP out for public review that would incorporate the aspects of the policy pertinent to that COP 1, and then delay any actions on the SOPs until a subsequent time. And that would at least make a step forward, get the COP out there, get some public comment back on it, put us in a position to potentially adopt that with the changes as might be informed by the public comment, and get us moving forward.
I think that's what I'm hearing. We've received a lot of great information from the advisory bodies, including and as well as the management entities like the tribal report. So I think it's fair enough to let the public cogitate on that as well. So Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Want to suggest something, I guess, for the document, if I could. So under the section 2 background, first sentence sort of lists the different people involved in the process. And it might be important to include within that list tribal governments. Include tribal governments.
Thank you for that.
Yep. Just
Phil?
Joe, was that in the addition would be in the COP? Is that where you were? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know which document you were proposing that to be included.
Go ahead, Joe.
Mr. Yeah, thanks, Phil. So looking at the attachment 3, the section 2 background, first sentence, suggesting that we include the language on tribal governments.
Okay, and that's in the CCC policy, which is attachment 3. And you're suggesting we make that change for purposes of adoption here today. Okay, Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity's sake, building off what Phil just mentioned and what Joe just mentioned as well, if we were to adopt the policy but put the COP out for public review, does that mean that we can then go back and change the policy per the comments that we received back under the COP review?
My sense is policies can be reviewed and amended as a course in a regular course of action. So I don't think it would preclude future changes to the policy. The only question is if we have a 2-meeting process and those changes are brought forward, say in April, then we'd have to come back in June if it were a 2-meeting process.
Okay, good. I think we would just need to be clear there. I think the real thing in question is the policy itself, and how we put them into the COPs is also important. But in terms of the content, as Joe just noted, we need to have a process for being able to think about what we actually want in the policy as well. Thanks.
Sure. Dr. Bravey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. I'm not sure who to direct it to, so it could be to the council discussion. But I am thinking that there could be some value in adopting the COP language, the policy language today, and setting a course for potentially multiple, over a period of time that spans multiple council meetings, to have further discussion that would include going to public comment. But meanwhile, we would have at least the starting point in our COP and be adopted by the council as a starting point. And that would give us time to have additional discussion, perhaps offline in a smaller group, as well as around the council table as appropriate to identify how we want to change this starting point. I feel like this is a good starting point, but maybe there are concerns or flags in here that need to be changed before we even go that step. But to me, it seems like getting these adopted today, setting out a process for amending those, including public comment and further council discussion, and then amending those when the time is right, within the next year, for example, something like that. Makes sense.
I have a suggestion there. Let's see, that's to stimulate some council discussion on that. See half raised hands, but I'm not sure they're fully raised. Phil Anderson.
I think that sounds like a good approach to me. And if I could put together a motion on the fly to do that and put it in front of the council, I would.
Before we go, those Corey Ridings, do you have
I was just going to potentially give Mr. Anderson a little time to put that together on the fly.
Okay.
And note that I agree with that process. That sounds like a good plan. I just note that we just want to continue this discussion here today and later in the year. And it sounds like that's where we're heading. But just note, as long as there's a process in place to do that, I'm supportive of that plan.
Merrick Burden, followed by Krista Svensson.
I will defer to Krista first. I'll follow her, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Krista. I just went in the order I saw hands. So
That's
go
okay.
ahead, Krista.
So I also think that that is a sensible plan moving forward. Giving Phil time, would like to have a little bit of a conversation about how to move that forward strategically as council members. I don't necessarily think we need to have a full-fledged ad hoc committee and set up a humongous process, but I do think, similar to the Climate and Communities Initiative, having some council members focus with the CSI team, it could be beneficial for us to have council members that are interested in this topic look at what we currently have, not just with the COPs, SSOP, et cetera, but any other documents we may be thinking about. For those of you that don't know my background, I've spent the last 3 years working on grievance mechanisms and whistleblowing, and a prodigious amount on social responsibility of time that is. And I think there are some things that Ms. Brock touched on, but that we would want to include, like a code of conduct, anonymous reporting, and the concerns around anonymous reporting. How do you vet that if we're going to allow fully fledged? The solution we came up with was bringing in third parties and having the potential for the person through the reporting system be able to contact a third party and do the follow-up with them outside of the organization. In some places, that's called a system advocate. And that is helpful. If somebody were to have a problem with all of us on the council and our executive director, being able to go outside of the system is also helpful in knowing what that process is. So I think that would be helpful. I don't know where other council members are on the idea of having some of us work on this to help further it along without turning it into a major agenda item and an absolute frenzy until we know the direction we would like to get things steered. But I think that could be very helpful for us.
Thank you, Krista. Merrick Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I try not to make it a habit of speaking in favor of a pending motion, but on this case, I will. And so as your executive director here over the last year plus, I'm aware of more than one incident of harassment. And I found our existing policies to be lacking. And so I would encourage you all to take a step forward. I would like us to move forward and have something on the books that's an improvement over what we have now. And if we need to keep working after that, let's do it. But I'd like to make an improvement or a step forward in improving our procedures here. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have a question for Krista that you made reference to some council members, perhaps working with staff. What would be the suggested timing on that? And would you want to provide for some public comment before undertaking that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm amenable, I guess, if we want to go with public comment. I think we have had already a lot of public comment in the form of advisory bodies and even in public testimony that the council needs to move forward on this topic and create an environment where all of us feel welcome. I think our demographics nationally are changing. I think the number of women who are gaining advanced degrees will continue to change and inform the council process. And I think we need to build to our future. So if that takes getting everybody on board by waiting until April to provide more public comment on this, I'm happy to do that for a small working group. If we as a council say, you know what, we want to move forward and we're comfortable starting the process, I'm happy to volunteer for that committee. Obviously, I've expressed a lot of interest in this topic, but I really, to me, the most important piece is to make sure that we have a future and that we have the public's voice in how to handle that so that they're comfortable coming in the door and know that it's not just harassment that's applicable to council members or advisory panel members, that it's applicable to everyone. It should be equitable.
No, I certainly agree with that. I'm just thinking in terms of timing, there's really not a lot of time before the April meeting and staff is pretty tied up. So, you know, I would suggest that perhaps, well, I'm going to go to Kelly because I think she's about to say something. I sense.
Through the chair, Ms. Fenson, council members, we do have an extended period of time held on the June council meeting with the expectation that we would be having further discussions on this topic.
So what I'm going to suggest, because I agree with Merrick that we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We need to get something on the books now. On the other hand, with regard to this important issue, as with any issue before the council, we should always be striving to make things, if not perfect, more perfect, you know, improve them. So, so I'm going to suggest that after the April meeting, because staff will be just tied up, but before the June meeting, that interested council members, and I would defer to staff to arrange that, just get together, talk about it, come up with a plan before the June meeting. Does that make sense to everyone here? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Ms. Fenson, for those comments and that idea. That sounds like a decent plan to me. And I would just say here, I'm happy to volunteer to be part of that group.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make this overly formal. I think any council members who want to participate should be able to, as long as we don't have a quorum. Does that make sense? And I'll leave it to staff to organize that. All right. So I want to check in with Phil and see how he's doing. I think he's still working. So Dr. Braby.
While he's still working, and thank you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add a couple of very, small components to my thinking here. One is that third-party type of reporting mechanism. It seems like the small group should explore mechanisms that are already in place, such as for NOAA. And the other thing that may be an enhancement of the tribal report is this concept that diversity is not only gender diversity and racial diversity, but also rank diversity. And so just thinking about not putting the burden of reporting on the highest part of the hierarchy of the council, but having diversity there, because some people may not be comfortable going to the head table to report something regardless of gender or race, right? It's like a separate kind of diversity issue.
I think that's an excellent point. I recall when I first started coming to the council, it was a very intimidating process. And only now I realize that we're mere mortal. But we don't want too many people to know that, right? Look around the table for some additional discussion while we're working on that motion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah. No, I think this is a solid approach forward. I'm excited that we have a path. And I just, in terms of adding things, think that taking some time to look at the clarity in terms of how we're outlining this as we move forward in terms of a communication plan, so people understand what we're trying to accomplish. This isn't, from my perspective, getting people in trouble. It's about being inclusive. And I am really excited that it is appearing to be we are all leaning in to do this. This is not just one or two people leading the charge. This isn't just the HR department or staff. We're all wanting to lean in and be a part of that. And typically that is more effective in this type of process. So thank you. Thanks for the time this morning to really dig in on this topic.
Absolutely. Sometimes we are so wrapped up in the technical details of what we do that we forget about the human dimension and the personal dimension. That's also important for us to get our work done in a responsible way.
I do have one more question.
Yes,
I apologize. So in reading the COPs, there was a reference to the harassment policy. And I apologize. I couldn't find it. And it said there would be a link inserted, but I think as we move forward, it would be helpful for people to have a copy of at least a draft of what it is. And I apologize again if I missed it, but I looked pretty hard and didn't see it.
Kelly Ames.
Thank you, Chair Gralnick. Thank you, Ms. Finson. The idea there was that if the council adopted attachment 3, which is the CCC harassment policy, as a standalone policy as recommended by staff, that then those documents would link to the CCC policy, which would then become our policy. So that was the intent of that language.
Butch Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add something, and being utmost respectful and following things that you are taught by your grandmother is very important. But we also got to keep in mind when we're doing these things that these people that we serve are independent business people and are not used to HR meetings weekly. Being a captain on the boat is probably the most unpolitical job still in the world. There's a lot of difference between, what goes on in the corporate room and what goes on in a boat, and there are no lunch breaks, and there at noon, and there's no coffee breaks at 10 o'clock. It's a much different scenario. And I just we want to keep in mind that the public that we're serving, and there is emotions built into this process from people that are passionate about what they do. And I just don't want to lose sight of that. We heard testimony this week on people that were losing their fishing season. They were emotionally charged, not at us. They were emotionally charged because they care about their communities and what's going to happen. Didn't necessarily mean they were harassing or disrespectful to anyone in this process. But I think we want to keep that in mind when whoever we are going to meet and talk about that. But I am totally agreeing that we want to have this to be inclusive to everyone, no doubt about that, and we want this to be a friendly and a good place to come do business, no doubt about that. But we got to remember there are some emotions on what we do with this process. And a lot of people that we serve, we got to remember, they don't go to government funded or otherwise company funded HR meetings, and just keep that in mind too. That's all I ask. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Butch, for those comments. I just responding here a little bit. This council space is not just for independent business people. It's for a wide range of folks in the fishing community and outside of the fishing community. So this, as Phil reminded us earlier in the meaning of our oath, this is for the benefit of the nation. So keeping in mind the wide range, and to your point, how we create a very inclusive environment. Also, I just have to add, fishermen are some of the nicest people I know. I observed in the North Pacific for a year, and it's probably the reason I'm here is because those guys And those gals were incredible people who were 100% respectful, amazing to work with, incredibly well-spoken, and had tons of knowledge. So I just want to acknowledge that. Also just noting 100% about the passion. That is why our public is here. That is why our advisory bodies come here. That is why we're here. That is why the people that work for government come here too. And we're here because we are passionate and we care. And if there wasn't conflict, we wouldn't need to be here. What we do is conflict. So I just kind of want to acknowledge that it is difficult. It is by definition hard. And, not something we want to avoid, but facilitate and have that done in a way where everybody is able to be here and be part of that. So.
Bush Smith.
Mr. Chair and Ms. Writing, I agree with what you said completely 100%. And I remember a time where you and I were at that side of the table testifying to what work group we were working on. And I was honored and privileged to sit up there with you, coming from two different perspectives on what we were doing and come together to form like we said, how we were raised, to treat people. And I agree with that. Thank you for your statement.
Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, I think that it's okay for people to be frustrated, but there is a limit to how far that goes. I think they shouldn't make it personal. And there's a certain amount of, I think it's good for us to put up, people understand what that line is. But certainly, I mean, I've been in this process long enough that there's been a lot of frustration in the past, but there's a limit to that. And it's okay to be frustrated, but let's not be abusive. And I think what we're doing here is good policy. And so people need to understand where those lines are at. So thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
I think I made it over there. It's not beautiful, but I just had a couple of comments relative to this discussion. I was really struck, and not in a good way, when I heard some of the testimony today on this topic. And there's a lot that goes on in our advisory groups and panels and committees as we sit in here that we don't know about. And unless somebody tells us about it, we will never know about it. And so in listening in particular to Tara's comments, as well as talking to a number of you around this table, for at least the second time in my working life, I've come to understand that there are problems with some behavior that's unacceptable that I wasn't aware of. And the degree to which it's happening is more pervasive than I realized. Which in part, I think, is why we're talking about this now, is in terms of making our policies are clear, our standards are clear, our expectations of the people who participate in our process are clear. And it's that last point that I think deserves some additional attention. People that have been around the process generally, I think, know what is expected of them in terms of their behavior, generally. Doesn't mean they always do it, but they know what's expected. But we have a lot of new people that come in and out of our process that don't have any idea about what's expected here, what our standards are, which in part, to me, it is the reason we're looked at as one of the best councils in the nation, of the way we behave, the way we treat each other, And unless we find a way to make that what those expectations are clear to people when they walk into an AP or a room or a SSC or STT or whatever it might be, I think we have to find a way to prominently display on the wall, if necessary, some real definitive bullet points about what the expectations are for people that are participating in those meetings. So that if you're brand new and you come in, you're going to see them. That's point number, or idea number one. Idea number two is if there is behavior that is in conflict with our expectations and our policies, what happens? What is the role of the staff officer that's staffing the committee? What is the role of the chair and the vice chair of the committee? We need to think about, is there a standard that could be written so that those individuals understand what they are expected to do if that happens? Is it a recess and the council staff officer confers with the chair and vice chair of the committee and decide how to address it? Or do they bring it to the executive director and the deputy executive director's attention? But I think if we had some clear guidelines on what the leadership, what the staff officer that's assigned to the committee was what the expectation was, if they observed or if there was conduct that was contrary to our rules. Not suggesting we make that up right now, but it would be what it would be an assignment that I would advocate that we make to the executive director and the leadership team to think about putting together some protocols on what happens. So those are my two things. Figure out a way to prominently display in our AP and other rooms, including ours, what the expectations are in terms of behavior, so everybody can see them. They know what they are. If somebody gets up here and starts using profanity, like I remember one time, that's not acceptable, and they see it when they come in. So those are, and I do have a motion too. So.
Thank you, Phil. I do know we had a public commenter today who was in violation of decorum in past, and he seems to have learned his lessons, but hopefully we don't have those episodes. And we give people a heads up how to behave, and hopefully they can follow that direction. Before we get to the motion, let me see if there's any other discussion, or we'll have discussion on the motion. All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so why don't you proceed with your motion?
Like I said, it's not pretty.
If it gets us there, it's great.
So I move that the council adopt the Model Fishery Management Council policy on addressing allegations of harassment of process participants other than council employees as represented in agenda item G5 attachment 3, March 2023, with the following amendment. And the amendments to section 2 under background. The council process involves a complex and dynamic relationship among federal and state employees. And here we would insert tribal government employees, and then it continues on as you see on the screen. And adopt the changes to COP 1 as represented in agenda item G5 attachment 6 that incorporate the applicable policy components of the harassment policy referenced above.
All right, thank you for the motion. Phil, the language on the screen is accurate and complete?
I believe so.
I look for a second. Seconded by Karin Braby. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the great conversation here today on this very, very important topic. I think this gives us a good starting point here to update and add to our existing policies dealing with harassment, and also then incorporates those policy additions into COP 1. And as we discussed earlier, this is a work in progress. We'll continue to try to refine as appropriate our policies and operating procedures to ensure that we have a safe environment in which the public can work with the council on the issues that come before us.
Thank you. Questions for the maker of the motion, Karin Braby?
Clarification on whether the harassment policies attachment 4 and 3 need to be adopted as a separate motion, or if this reference here to those are sufficient.
Phil?
I have no idea. I would look to Ms. Ames to assist.
Kelly?
Thank you, Dr. Braby. As noted in the situation summary, we have already begun to incorporate the policy that applies to council staff into our personnel rules. So it's my understanding we don't need a motion there. We have that policy and we are incorporating it. The key factor here is the one that applies to the council process participants.
Karin Braby?
I think my question remains whether the language after the "and" is sufficient to adopt that policy.
So it's really a two-part motion. One is to adopt the policy with that amendment, and second, to adopt the changes in the COP1. Is that your intent, Phil?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions for the maker of the motion or discussion on the motion? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am supportive of the motion. I will say I had started a motion for the COP portion of this, and I had planned on including a comment about modifying for footnote 1 found in the supplemental EAS. So just wondering if we can clean up all the language on that, or what the maker of the motion's thoughts are on that.
Well, I think if you want to propose a further change to the COP, you can seek to amend the motion to include that.
Okay. Well,
So
I would be
do you have
happy
a
to make
motion?
an
Do you have
amendment.
Motion to amend here.
So I motion to amend so after the word above, I had with the modification to footnote 1.
Hold on a second. I'll make sure we're in the right spot there.
So the very last sentence of this motion, where it ends in above.
So you're just going to tag on to the end there.
I was just going to tag on to the end. Yeah. Are you ready, Sandra? Okay. With the modification to footnote 1, as found in supplemental EAS report 1, agenda item G5A. Thank you. That was going to be the correction I would have made. And as it stands, that is my amendment.
And just for clarity, that was deleting the words covers a.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so the language on the screen is accurate and complete?
Yes.
It's short and sweet. Is there a second? Seconded by Pete Hassemer. Please speak to your motion to amend.
Yeah, I think if we are going to adopt COP, we should have it be as complete and correct as possible, and this amendment does that.
All right, thanks for that. Any discussion on the motion to amend? Not seeing any hands. We'll vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion to amend passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion. We're back to the main motion as amended. Further discussion? I'm not seeing any hands. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Phil, for the motion, and Krista for the amendment. And I think we discussed letting the SOPPs slide for now. So before I go back to Kelly, I want to see, I'm sure I've missed something here. So first I'll ask the council. Oh, Dr. Braby.
Is there any formal motion that's needed to bring together a group of council members after the April meeting?
Merrick, do you have an answer to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that is an excellent question, Dr. Braby. As we've talked among staff about how to proceed here with this potential idea, as staff, we are always willing and welcome the opportunity to engage with council members. If you would like to form a formal committee that has the strength of a committee, I think you would need a motion. I don't think that's what you're talking about. And so the way that I would understand this direction is that the staff are being tasked with drafting a paper that explores some of the items that you've already pointed out, and we would welcome discussion with any of you that would like to hash that out with us. And I'm not sure that takes a motion, but if others disagree, I'm certainly willing to be shown I'm wrong. But
Virgil Moore.
Mr. Chairman, on that issue, I agree with our executive director, but I also believe I heard that you as chair gave a direction that we do this, that we get together with staff. The chair has some authority to put ad hoc activities together and direct those. And that's what I heard is the intent is to do this. The chair challenged us to do it without appointing the people and asked staff to do that. So in my mind, we've got all the clarity we need to proceed on this. Relative to that, I don't believe we need a formal committee at this point because we're simply assembling some thinking to bring back for further consideration. So I think the way we're going is just fine.
Yeah, I guess my intent was just to avoid unnecessary formalism, that to task staff with inviting a group of council members who are self-nominated. I don't need to appoint anyone, and it's simply not an issue unless we have a quorum of folks participating. And I'd rather leave it informal with an open invitation for council members. But if we need to, if we find too many people are volunteering, and it would be great to have that level of interest, then we'll have to have a little more formalism. Dr. Braby.
The last thing that's on my mind is the timeline, and Ms. Ames mentioned the June council meeting. And of course, this is going into our workload planning a bit, but to me, that seems like a reasonable time to come back. And so just in closing out this item, I think all of this discussion I feel very comfortable with, and I think is a good approach.
Okay, great. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Just a quick clarifying question. When we opened the discussion, Kelly talked about two buckets. One was the model harassment policy, which I think we just discussed. And the second was another bucket of work that she termed respectful work environment that was covered under the staff document. So I just wanted to be clear if we have sort of covered that second bucket and whether that would be part of this ongoing group and something we would then talk about again in June.
Kelly Ames.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Thank you, Ms. Ridings. You had a very robust discussion today about the types of things that you envision being part of fostering a respectful work environment. What I heard here today was asking that we would summarize the comments we heard today, as well as take into account any additional feedback council members have on these very important matters, and that we would bring that all together into a package for your consideration in June, and that we would continue to further refine these features that the council deemed important to that initiative.
All right. Not seeing any other hands. Kelly, have we completed our work here on this agenda item?
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate the detailed attention that everyone put to these important matters. We covered a lot here this morning. We took care of our membership appointments, and so we'll get those updated in our roster. I will not recap all of those changes. We will also post this newly adopted council policy on addressing allegations of harassment, as well as the updated COP language, so that it is readily available for everyone to reference as needed. And as I mentioned previously, we will take those additional steps to have a discussion potentially at the June council meeting on the ideas to foster a respectful work environment. Thank you.
All right. I think that does it for this agenda item and allows us to move on to our last agenda item of the meeting. That, of course, is agenda and workload planning. Turn to Merrick for an overview here, and then we'll get into our reports.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick minute here while I get reorganized. Okay. So this is agenda item G6, which is future council meeting agenda and workload planning. We have a couple of things that I would draw your attention to. In particular, what we've started doing here over the last year or so is to provide you with a supplemental year at a glance and a supplemental proposed April meeting agenda in this case. Both of those are available online. There are also printouts that I believe are in front of you at the moment. Those have essentially replaced what was previously in your briefing book. And you'll note that there are some things that have been modified as indicated by underlined text, some things that have been stricken as noted by strikeout text. And on the year at a glance in particular, several things that are shaded because we are either still a little bit uncertain about them or awaiting your confirmation. As part of your materials here, you do have several advisory body reports. You have an SSC report, EWG report, an EAS report, an HMSMT report, an HMSAS report, a GMT report, a GAP report, and a supplemental public presentation. that concerns some previous offer by the Nature Conservancy. Mr. Chairman, before we get into these reports, I find it usually helpful to orient you to some of the things that have changed over the last week, as sometimes the advisory bodies will be speaking to certain things that may have already made their way onto the supplemental items. So if it pleases the council, I'll go ahead and do that before we start to take up the advisory body reports.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll first start with the supplemental proposed Pacific Council meeting agenda for April. This is fairly well pinned down at this point. Our March and April meetings are very close together. They always are, but in this case, even more so. And so we had to file the Federal Register notice yesterday. What that means is that if we get to a point into the April meeting, we can strike certain things from the agenda if we need to, but at this point, we cannot add anything. A couple of things to draw your attention to. We do have a new item, the North Pacific Fisheries Commission, that we haven't heard about in a while. That's Rich Lincoln is still our representative to that committee, and he has an update for us. Under Salmon, we have conservation objectives for Sacramento and Klamath River Fall Chinook, and then improvements to Sonk ocean fishery exploitation rate forecasts. Moving over to the right, we have placed marine planning on the April agenda, which is something we have been holding off in doing, but given several issues that are hanging out there, like the Oregon wind energy areas, the possibility of hearing back on the Chumash sanctuary designation, we have held that there. If there's no need for it, we can strike that agenda item when we get closer to April, but that's on the agenda at the moment. And then there was talk earlier in the week of considerations for a sablefish assessment update. You'll recall Jim Hasty gave a presentation about some really large survey catches. So we placed that on Friday. Moving to the bottom, what you see here to orient you again, the bold text are the groups that are in person. And we were previously considering a budget committee meeting. There's nothing that we can create in time to have a meeting at this point. Otherwise, we would be usually looking at a year-end summary and starting to think ahead to 2023. We just simply aren't where we need to be as staff and don't have the time to put anything together, so we've stricken that. We'll now shift over to the year-at-a-glance summary. A couple of things for you as we look out across the year. We've already gone through April, essentially. So we get to June. There are a few things here. We were looking at quite a full agenda before yesterday. We were looking at something over 6 days, which would have been fairly untenable. We heard yesterday that you preferred to drop further consideration of drift gill net hard caps. That has freed up a significant amount of time. We're now down to about 5.5 days on June, which is our target. We have a few other things that I'll make note of. There was talk earlier in the week of an EM implementation update. So you'll see that under groundfish. I believe that is a relatively short item concerning some issues with the enforcement consultants. Moving down, there has been talk then of the ecosystem and climate information. There was an offer from the Nature Conservancy we'll hear about in the public comment, I believe. This item is not clear to me. I don't think it's clear to several of us. It may benefit from discussion in terms of what these workshops might entail, how they might interact with the ecosystem working group, and who takes the lead on what. So that is a penciled and shaded item there as we consider what to do throughout the year. Moving down through June, you see a couple of things. We had previously had the regional recusal determination handbook with some changeover in general counsel. That has been stricken, and so we will continue to be in touch with general counsel about when that should come up, but for now we've added it as a shaded item in September. And then you just heard some discussion about when to bring up this issue of COPs. And so we would bring this up under a regular COP item, the harassment discussion we just had. Otherwise, that's not explicitly called out, but that's where that would be. And then moving into September, September has not changed much, except we've shifted regional recusal determination back a bit. Quite a few shaded items there. November also has not changed much. What we have added there is the phase 2 stock definition complexes scoping, which is a groundfish matter. This was something that in particular NIMS had been indicating we needed to begin work on, which would essentially involve reconstituting stock complexes. And then moving out to March, you'll see a new edition of the fixed gear marking issue, which was something that we heard about earlier in the week. One other thing, Mr. Chairman, and then I will relinquish the microphone. One other issue does come to mind if we go back to June under HMS. Some of the context of the discussion that we've been having regarding HMS has really shifted given the passage of the Drift Gillnet Act. I don't know what the formal name is. And so there's a discussion here, where do we go now? And over the last year, we have had an off and on discussion about the SMMP workshop scoping. That may be where that discussion takes place. And I know a few of you have been asking, you know, what do we do now that we're not working on Drift Gillnet items anymore, and what's the future for this fishery? And so if that is indeed something that you are considering, I would encourage you to look at that item perhaps as where we would begin that discussion. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I think it makes sense to go through the advisory body reports, and maybe there'll be additional questions after that.
All right, great. So before we go to the reports, just want to make sure there aren't any questions that are pressing. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier this week, we heard a presentation from Karen Reyna about possibly coming to the council to update us on plans for coral habitat restoration. And I was wondering, I understood that it might be appropriate for us to be considering some type of action. I think she mentioned September as a possibility. I was just wondering, I don't see anything on here other than the normal sanctuary coordination report for March.
Thank you for that note, Mr. Remco. At the risk of getting ahead of myself a bit, that is not on here. You're correct. We have not captured that. And if you were to look for September, we certainly look like we have some time to bring that forward. And just to be clear, this would be an issue regarding the RCAs in the sanctuary area and the coral propagation. And that's what you're speaking to and bringing this up in September potentially.
Yes, thank you. That new areas might need consideration, new closed area consideration that might be warranted in response to the beginnings of the activities under their plan.
Okay. And thank you, Ms. Uremko. When it becomes time for council discussion, I guess I would entertain some engagement by Ms. Ames on that. I mean, we have talked about placing that under the workload management measures and talked about putting that in various places. So when it does become time for discussion, I think we can entertain how and where to make note of that.
All right, we'll proceed now with our reports. I'll take them in the order I have my notes in front of me. We'll hear first from the groundfish management team, and Katie.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I've been told to summarize this report. So for the record, my name is Katie Pearson, and I will be summarizing the Supplemental GMT Report 1. Given the timing of items currently on the council year at a glance and newly prioritized items under F8 at this meeting, the GMT will provide a GMT YAG at a later year at a glance at a later meeting when we have a clearer understanding of our workload. The GMT requests confirmation that the review of the questions.
All right, thank you very much, Katie. We'll see if there are any questions on the GMT report. All right, thank you very much. We'll now have the SSC report. Dan? Okay, I was wondering where you were, but there you are. Welcome back to the table.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick, members of the council. I'd like to read agenda item G6A, supplemental SSC report 1, SSC committee report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The SSC discussed workload planning and has the following updates to its November 22 statement under this agenda item. The SSC is scheduled to hold its April meeting as a remote meeting. The SSC recommends holding its June meeting as remote as well, and its September meeting in person. The April SSC meeting is scheduled over a weekend. The SSC has a strong preference for not scheduling meetings on weekends in the future when possible. The SSC's groundfish subcommittee will hold a pre-assessment workshop for 2023 groundfish stock assessments of short spine, thorny head, wreck sole, petrale sole to be held as a webinar March 20th and chaired by Dr. John Field and Jason Schaffler with participation from the GMT and the GAP. The SSC Coastal Pelagic CPS subcommittee will meet March 20th to 21st in 2023 to review revisions of the habitat model for the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine using the 2022 CPS survey. The Pacific Mackerel Stock Assessment Review STAR Panel will be held April 11th through 13th at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center with Dr. Andre Punt as the chair and participation from the SSC subcommittee, CPS subcommittee, as with members Dr. Teresa Su and Chris Free, and the participation with the CPS-MT, CPS-AS, and Center for Independent Experts. This will be STAR panel will be in-person meeting, but with web broadcast. The Western Groundfish Conference will be held in April 22 to 29 in Juneau, and we expect to have several SSC members in attendance. The SSC recommends holding a methodology review May 9th to review the sablefish trip limit model. This would be a webinar chaired by Dr. Cameron Spear with participation from the SSC economics and groundfish subcommittees, as well as the GMT and the GAP. The SSC will participate in 3 STAR panels for groundfish assessments in June and July, with participation from the SSC, GMT, GAP, CIE participants yet to be determined. These would be in-person review meetings with web broadcast to allow for remote public comment. The first groundfish STAR panel would be copper rockfish for copper rockfish in California, short spine, thorny head, and wreck sole. And this would be held June 5th in Seattle with Dr. Jason Schaffler as chair. The second STAR panel be for black rockfish, be held July 10th through the 14th in Santa Cruz with Dr. John Budrick as chair. And the third is STAR panel is for petrale sole and canary rockfish to be held July 24th through 28th in Seattle with Dr. John Field as chair. The SSC recommends holding an SSC groundfish subcommittee to prepare specs and recommendations in August as webinars. We're recommending splitting this into 2 meetings, the first held August 14th to the 15th to address the first 2 STAR panels, as well as catch-only projections, and the second August 28th to address the third and other outstanding issues. Both of these would be with participation of the groundfish subcommittee members, GMT and the GAP. The SSC concurs with the CIEA team and does not recommend holding our usual SSC review, ecosystem submanagement committee review with that team. Instead, we're contemplating holding a meeting with the EWG and Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel to review the fishery ecosystem plan. However, that has the need for and timing of that has yet to be determined. The SSC will participate in the groundfish mop-up panel if needed, September 25th through 29th. and with participation from the groundfish subcommittee members, the GMT and the GAP. The SSC recommends holding a salmon methodology review in October with participation from the SSC Salmon Subcommittee, the STT, and the MU. The SSC recommends participation in the next sablefish management strategy evaluation workshop in 2024. Yet to be determined where and when exactly. The SSC proposes holding a workshop to develop alternative harvest control rules for spiny dogfish in 2024, again with a time and place to be determined. That concludes our report.
Thank you very much, Dan, for the report and all the details. Are there any questions? Thank you, Dan. Well, let me just check. I failed to look earlier on Ring Central to see if we had a hand, but I don't see a hand now. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Welcome all that, Council.
We now have the Ecosystem Work Group report. I don't see Dr. Moore online. If he is, please speak up. Otherwise, I'll ask Dr. Kitdahl to come up and give the... Are you online there? Oh, there you weren't there.
I'm here.
Welcome, Dr. Moore.
Yes, thank you. So this is Tommy Moore reading agenda item G6A supplemental EWG report 1. The EWG reviewed the proposed ecosystem management agenda items on the council's preliminary year at a glance summary. Based on our discussions, the EWG recommends that the council unshade the September 2023 ecosystem agenda item that reads review ecosystem initiative progress and review the list of climate and community initiative follow-up tasks updated from our April 2022 and September 2022 reports on council workload planning below, and decide whether to add any of the tasks in section 1 CCI tasks the council could add to a future agenda without additional background from the EWG to its future agendas. The EWG concurs with the SSC recommendations under agenda item H1B to not use SSC time in September for viewing new science topics for the ecosystem status report. We also appreciate the SSC's offer of potential SSC ecosystem subcommittee time to review methods and materials for implementing fisheries ecosystem plan initiative 4 or other ecosystem related topics. And then below we have our CCI follow-up tasks that I will skip over for now in terms of being brief.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Moore. Questions on the work group report? Thank you. Again, I got to check Ring Central because I'm bad at that. All right, thank you very much. No questions here. Now we'll have the HMSAS report. I believe Mike Conroy is with us. Mike?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies for missing my call this morning. I'd like to have a great excuse for it. I'll just say that I forgot. The HMSAS recommends that the swordfish monitoring and management plan scoping discussions be delayed until September or November. That is currently on your June shaded agenda. Given the need to better understand the implications of the DriftNet Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act. For this meeting, the HMSAS did not learn it was meeting virtually until January 24th. The HMSAS also recommends the council include in the year at a glance summary a forecast as to which of the council ABs will be meeting in person and those who will meet virtually. Many AB members have commitments or participate in fisheries that we schedule based upon anticipated meeting schedules. We further recommend that the council engage with each AB before finalizing which of those meetings will be virtual or in person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike, for the concise report. Any questions? Krista Svensson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for reading the report this morning. You're making the recommendation of postponing swordfish monitoring and management until September. The management team is saying unshade it for June. Did you have any conversation about whether you could be prepared in June if we chose to move that direction?
Through the chair, thanks, Krista, for that question. No, we didn't. It was just, until we get a better idea of what the true implications are of that bill in terms of, a timeline for transitioning and NIMS workload on developing that, we felt June might be too soon.
Krista?
Yeah, I apologize. I sound confused because I am confused. I thought the intention of this workshop was to plan our future, irregardless of gear type, but to really dig in and talk about and think about how we wanted to prosecute fisheries while maintaining ecological standards. So if that is not what the advisory panel thinks is going to be the topic, I think we probably should be aware of that now, if that was the discussion.
No, thanks for that question. I wish that I could provide a more concise overview of the conversation. I think this conversation took place when I was briefing the management team on marine planning related issues. So I'm just, I can't communicate to you what the detailed conversation was in the AS room. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions on the AS report? All right, we'll now go to the HMS management team report. Jessica Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, this is Jessica Watson, and I will be reading the supplemental HMSMT report. The team discussed the future year at a glance and offers the following recommendations, which are indicated in red. Unshade the swordfish monitoring and management plan scoping agenda item for June, and remove DGN hard caps, final preferred alternatives in June. For September and November, add tentative agenda items of a DGN transition consultation FMP amendment. With regards to the swordfish monitoring and management plan, unshading, the team recommends unshading this agenda item and tentatively scheduling it for June. In preparation for this item, the team will provide potential agenda topics for a workshop, as well as a proposed timeline for related activities. With regards to the drift gillnet transition consultation and fishery management plan amendment, the team recommends the council add this agenda item as tentative for September and November agendas to further consider a fishery transition under the Drift Net Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act and the need for an FMP amendment. And that concludes my report. I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Jessica. Are there questions? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try and keep it quick. Did the management team, because you're recommending multiple items in September and November, was there any discussion if we had to prioritize something, which should be prioritized?
Thanks for the question through the chair. We didn't talk about prioritization. We just wanted to make sure we were holding some time and space for council to have those discussions when the time is appropriate.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jessica. I'm looking at the swordfish monitoring and management plan item you have, and it says halfway down the page, the HMSMT will provide potential agenda topics for a workshop. Can you tell us a little bit more about that discussion and what those potential agenda item topics might be, or where you might draw those topics from? Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Ridings. Our discussion was pretty broad, but mostly the team was talking about items that have been brought up in previous council discussion. This could include such things as EFP criteria, as well as more broader discussions about the fishery as a whole and the purpose of this document in the future. So keeping it really broad, we would provide a comprehensive list of what we've heard in previous council discussions for the council to consider on where they would like to move forward with this workshop and prioritize which items to address first.
All right, thank you very much. Any further questions? All right, thanks very much, Jessica. We'll now hear from the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. Gway Kirchner, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. I'll be reading from agenda item G6A, Supplemental EAS Report 1. The EAS discussed the future council meeting agenda and workload planning and has the following comments. The EAS appreciated the opportunity to meet in person at this meeting. Meeting face-to-face allowed for greater in-depth discussions and stronger team building. We were more efficient with our discussions and report finalizing. While there may be interest to have a combination of in-person and online meetings for advisory bodies throughout the year, the EAS notes that we only meet twice a year with a 6-month break in between meetings. As such, there's generally a lot of information to absorb and digest to catch up on what has happened since our last meeting. And since ecosystem items tend to be on the council's agenda early in the meeting week, having an in-person dialogue promotes greater understanding of the topics at hand and efficiency in our report writing and review process. We also noted that the FEP Initiative 4 will require a higher level of discussion and input than we have really had to have during the past few years. As such, we firmly believe that meeting in person allows the EAS to develop and provide advice for the council more efficiently. Therefore, we recommend meeting in person for both the March and September council meetings from this point forward. The EWG indicated their intent to hold a webinar in May 2023 with participants from the science centers, management teams, and advisory bodies with expertise relevant to potential pilot species for Initiative 4, and we look forward to their discussion. However, we also think it would be helpful to have a subsequent webinar prior to the September meeting to brief members of the EAS and other advisory bodies, management teams, and the public on the work that was completed after the webinar in May relative to Initiative 4. The March 1st briefing was especially helpful for the EAS to have the opportunity to ask the EWG questions and better understand the recommendations presented in their report 1.
All right, thank you very much for the report, Gway. Are there any questions on the EAS report? Okay, Gway, thanks very much. I don't see any hands. Appreciate your report. And now we'll hear from the GAP, and I think that's Susan Chambers. So welcome, Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, my name is Susan Chambers, and I will summarize our GAP report on future workload planning. For April, we suggest unshading the marine planning agenda item because some events may come up for which the council may want to provide comment. We also request adding 1 day, April 1st, to the GAP's April agenda so we can complete our work in time for council discussion. That should be flexible since we are meeting virtually. And referencing the year at a glance, we suggest scheduling an SSC groundfish subcommittee workshop to analyze potential closed area data gathering of large spatial closures. And for reference, we cite the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee Report 1 under Agenda Item F6, Final Assessment Methodologies. That concludes our report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Susan. Are there any questions on the GAP report? And I'm not seeing any hands here. Thank you very much, Susan. I believe that captures all of the reports that I have and will take us then to public comment. I believe that there are two. Indeed, there are two. Gway Kirchner followed by Tara Brock, and Gway has a presentation. So as soon as that comes up on the screen, Gway, feel free to get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I have a very short presentation. I think you could probably see there are only 4 slides. So I'll try to be as quick as I can. For the record, my name is Gway Kirchner. I'm the Marine Fisheries Project Director with the Nature Conservancy based in Oregon. And we had some good discussion under agenda item H2 on some 2 workshops that we have secured funding for to add to the resources for Initiative 4. And I just wanted to highlight those again here. There was some mention that might be a good thing to do. Next slide, please. Just a quick, why are we interested in providing these workshops and participating in them? We really think that these give a good organized opportunity to understand and participate in risk table and pathway development. We think they provide an efficient mechanism for conducting the work because we can bring everybody into one space and focus on the work for a dedicated time, and I think come out with good results in the end. And we're also bringing these additional resources to support achieving these objectives of the initiative and objectives of the council. Next slide, please. Just a reminder of what we're looking at. Again, we have funding for 2 workshops that would ideally be jointly sponsored between the council and TNC, as we have done in the past, such as with the scenario creation workshop that we jointly sponsored in January of 2020. These workshops may be held in midsummer or following the September council meeting. We envision that each workshop would maybe take a day and a half or so, with ideally 25 participants, and maybe a few less. That may include members of the council, the ecosystem working group, maybe the ecosystem advisory subpanel, management teams, advisory subpanels, IEA teams, stock assessors, additional researchers as needed, and be open to other interested individuals. These workshops could focus on risk table or other tool development, and or focus on pathway development for particular species. They could be species specific or potentially FMP specific, but really, we would really try to drill down into a particular tool or particular species for these workshops. And we would be able to provide the results to the council in March of 2024, as that would be our next discussion after the September council meeting. If we were able to hold workshops in mid-summer, then those results potentially could come to the council at the September meeting. Next slide, please. So this slide is recommendations. It's really a request to the council to indicate that you are interested and would like to see these workshops included in the initiative for timeline. And I think that looking at the supplemental year at a glance summary, seeing initiative workshop planning on the agenda for June, really does that. If it were unshaded, would be an even stronger thumbs up, but being able to see it there is really encouraging, and that will allow us to work with our funder to ensure that we would be able to fund those workshops following the September council meeting. We have and allow us to get started on, looking for potential dates, conflicts, that sort of thing. And if we could jump on that planning now, that would be really advantageous. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Gway, for your presentation and further explanation about the workshops that were mentioned earlier in our meeting. Let me see if there are any questions from around the table on your presentation and public comment. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and thank you, Gway, for helping us think about how and when these workshops might help facilitate the work of Initiative 4. To me, as I think through it, the ecosystem working group has a 2-day meeting in May where they'll hash out a lot of some of the risk table work and thinking about that, and with the plan to come back to the council in September. So in my mind, it does make sense to maybe think about these workshops later in the year perhaps after that September meeting. And in one of the other slides, you mentioned the report to the council would be in March. Does that align with the way you're thinking about this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hall, yes, so I do see that is definitely a workable path, and that seemed from the discussion in H2 kind of where we were going. But again, with this workshop, as other workshops that we've held in the past, we want to make them as useful to the process as we can. So if that is following the September meeting, then that is what we will do.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much, Gway. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Lynn Metis has a question for you.
I'm sorry, I'm confusing the process today. I wanted to second the thanks to Gway for putting this together and talking us through the plan. And Heather stole basically on my thunder about the timing. Another thought with not having it midsummer is that's when we have a lot of fishery participants actively fishing. Having it after the September meeting, we might get more industry representatives participating. So more of a comment than a question, but thank you, Gway. I appreciate the work you guys have done.
All right. Thank you for that, Lynn. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gway. And thanks again, Gway, for coming to the council and providing this potential resource to us. It's appreciated. In regards to the timing, I'm taking from your slides and your comments today and earlier in the week that you have a lot of flexibility in what these workshops could be. So if we were to be able to take you up on your offer and have some workshops in the fall after September, that could be responsive to whatever the EWG and the science centers and then the council were able to do work on before that point. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ridings, that is correct. We do have a lot of flexibility, and I do like seeing how, what work the EWG and others can complete in May, and then think about how these workshops can take that work to the next level in accomplishing what we want to accomplish in this initiative.
All right, thank you for that. Further questions? All right, thank you very much, Gway. Now, Tara Brock, welcome back. You're unmuted on our end, so give it a go there.
Apologies. I keep seeming to do that today. Thank you, Chair Gralnick and members of the council. For the record, my name is Tara Brock with the conservation organization Oceana. I first just wanted to thank you all again for the thoughtful comments and discussion on the previous agenda item, and very much look forward to the council's continued work on those issues. In terms of workload planning, we would like to support the comments made by Ms. Yaremko to look at scheduling a groundfish non-trawl agenda item to address the additional areas identified by Oceana, including sanctuary restoration areas. And we would ask this work to begin in September or April and include consideration of new essential fish habitat conservation areas. We also reiterate our request to initiate a groundfish FMP amendment to prohibit directed fishing on short-belly rockfish. Hopefully that could be scheduled for September, understanding there's a lot of workload in groundfish. We very much appreciate the work and attention to short belly that has occurred in the past, particularly the ODFW report, which gave such an excellent overview of the issue and provided a potential path forward, and really look forward to the council taking up that issue again soon. On highly migratory species, we request the council schedule an agenda item to provide NIMS guidance on their DGN transition program in June. And as part of that agenda item, we think you could also initiate an HMS FMP amendment to prohibit drift gill net gear to make it consistent with federal law. We don't believe at this time it is prudent to move forward with a swordfish workshop or discussion around the swordfish management and monitoring plan, as the transition program for the drift gill net fishery and the upcoming authorization of deep set buoy gear will have significant impacts on the current landscape of that fishery, and would like to see those issues play out and resolve before moving forward with additional work. Finally, we would reiterate our request to schedule a CPS FMP amendment to incorporate the anchovy framework currently outlined in the council's COP, and would hope to see that scheduled soon as well. Thank you for considering these comments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tara, for your comment and the suggestions. Let me see if there's any questions from around the table or from Ring Central, but I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes public comment. And before we go to council discussion and action, we've been at this for about an hour and 45 minutes. So we'll take a quick break and then we'll finish. All right, so I have 12:03. Can we be back at 12:15? Thank you. All right, 1 minute warning. All right, we have the hardest of the hardcore here with us. We still have a quorum to bring this final agenda item to a close. We've had public comment, we've had reports from our advisory bodies and management entities, and I'll turn to Merrick Burden to manage the council instruction and discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, council members. We're doing quite well here this morning. So just a quick overview. We do look for your guidance and input into structuring these agendas. Like usual, there's always a bit of art to putting all of these meetings together. So we don't look for motions on this one so that we have the latitude necessary to move things around and put all of the puzzle pieces together appropriately. So that is your ask here. Let's see, as we went through the advisory bodies and public comment, I did make note of a couple of things. One was the issue that Ms. Yaremko raised, which was the matter of the National Marine Sanctuaries and the coral propagation. That issue, of course, it would depend on when the sanctuaries are ready to come back. And so if you are looking to add that to an agenda, we would be looking to treat that as a shaded item. I think September makes some sense to do that. But we would, of course, be talking with the sanctuaries and as that date drew nearer, working to either pin that down or move that to a time when they would be ready. Another issue that may warrant some discussion and that triggered some discussion here on the floor was the HMSMT's recommendation to add a drift gillnet transition amendment to the September and November agendas. And of course, I think some input from the National Marine Fisheries Service on that, given their efforts to clarify what the language in the Drift Gillnet Act indicates and what their obligations are and all of that, I think would be helpful for that discussion. One other thing I made note of, and this might be a more minor issue, I don't actually recall, but there was some consideration that I made note of under ecosystems in September to unshade the FEP initiative progress review. I don't know if that has a lot of traction here, but I did make note of it. There were some other things I did not make note of, Mr. Chairman, but those are the things that stood out to me. Moving over to the April meeting, the GAP did request being able to start earlier. We did already file the Federal Register notice, so it would be, I don't think that is doable at the moment, but we do have a GMT webinar prior to the meeting where we'll walk the GMT through several materials, and the GAP may benefit from participating in that, and that might be a good way to plug that hole or that desire, if you will. So how about I stop there, Mr. Chairman? And at this point, I would appreciate some additional guidance or discussion if you have anything that you would like to see changed or altered here on the YAG especially.
Heather.
Thank you. Merrick, I did have, I was gonna ask if we could add that day for the GAP in April, but appreciate that the option for that is passed. Relative to April, appreciate putting the follow-up on the Sablefish update on the April agenda. And relative to the GAP request, as well as maybe unshading rain planning on the April agenda, were the things I had specific to April. I also wanted to just provide some thoughts on the GMT's statement and their request that the council confirm that they should be reviewing the NIMS report under F8 at this meeting on state and federal water methods. And they asked for some specific guidance on whether or not they were expected to just talk with NIMS informally about their thoughts on this report, or whether or not they needed to come back to the council when this comes up again, I think, in November. And I appreciate how busy the GMT is over the summer, and with the star panels and all of that, they're busy. And so I didn't want to put an extra workload on them to try to develop a formal report, but also recognize we'll be starting phase 2 potentially in November. And so having some input, maybe that could come in November. But I'd be open to other people's ideas about that. You mentioned this, Merrick, on the FEP initiative progress review. Unshading that for September is something I had in my notes that I would support doing. But I think one of the bigger things I noticed and my mind was missing from the year at a glance was from our workload planning discussion, and that is the limited entry fixed gear follow-on actions and the scoping on that. I do see that the fixed gear scoping is scheduled for March 2024, but I was hoping to have the fixed gear follow-on scoping happen well before March 2024. In the discussion on that under this meeting, I had also suggested whether or not that gear marking could be packaged together with the LE fixed gear follow-on scoping. So I guess ideally, if that scoping could come back under the workload and new management measure update that we'll be getting in June, I would appreciate that. Those are my thoughts here.
Thank you, Heather. Merrick.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Just want to make sure I'm following everything. So when you first mentioned the GMT and their workload, I believe you were referring to what we are calling phase 2 stock definitions. And you made note of that coming up in June?
No, November.
November, as it's written on the YAG?
Yes.
Okay. Could you reiterate what your concern there was? Was it a workload concern on the part of the GMT?
Yeah, the GMT asked for some specific guidance on whether or not they needed to bring back a formal. They let us know they're reviewing that document, but their request was, do they need to come back to the council with a formal report, or can they just coordinate with NIMS on that review? And I thought if there was a report, and I'm open for other people's thoughts on this, it would ideally come in November when we get that, when that next comes up on the agenda. And I think what I was talking about was that they're very busy during the summer with star panels and all of that. So that was just a recognition that they were looking for some guidance. I didn't settle on any formal guidance, but just wanted to make sure we didn't leave them hanging on that.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the other one I want to make sure I'm following correctly is you were suggesting or perhaps asking whether we can package the fixed gear marking scoping in March 24 with the sort of limited entry fixed gear follow-ons scoping, I think is what you referred to it as, but you had a desire to do that earlier than March. Is that
Yes,
okay?
ideally in June.
In June, okay.
Lynn Mattis, followed by Krista Svensson. And just to point out to folks, Caroline McKnight is in the seat for California. Lynn Mattis is in the seat for Oregon. I have hands raised, so I'm going to go to Lynn, then I'm going to go to Krista, and then I'm going to go to Caroline, if I remember. And Ryan Wolf, or is it Susan Bishop? Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to follow up with what Heather was just talking about and Merrick questioning the GMT and the methodology review. I agree with Heather that if the GMT and NIPS can have some informal discussions between now and September, or even out September, that was what I was thinking when I was speaking about this a couple of days ago. And then if something formal from NIMS with that methodology, once the GMT has reviewed it, could be presented as we start our scoping in November. That was what I was seeing as the plan, what would be a good plan in terms of workload. Second issue, I had heard it from some staff as well as some other ABs, and then we heard it in the HMS-AS report, is the being able to look a little more long-term about which ABs are in person and which ones are virtual. If there's a standardized protocol that we could outline or include that on this year at a glance, which are anticipated to be virtual, which are anticipated to be in person. I know we started those discussions last November, but I do think that would be helpful for our management teams and our advisory subpanels in making plans, business plans, vacation plans, etc. So that's all I've got at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Krista?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I will say my understanding of the motion we made on workload and new management measures was that the limited entry, fixed gear, and gear markings was a package. So I would like, I guess, a little clarification on that if that was not what we voted on, but that was my understanding, certainly when I voted on that. And I would be in favor of taking that up in June, because I think that there are a number of items that are timely in that, including the gear marking piece.
We'll come back to that. I want to just collect all these comments, and then we'll go back to Merrick and see if he has any questions or how we're going to synthesize all those. So next will be Caroline, followed by Ryan, followed by Kelly.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great, thank you. I would echo Lynn's comments regarding the methodology review for the GMT to have an informal discussion through September and more formally report in November. So just echoing support for that direction for the GMT. And then my comment was actually related to something entirely different. So I want to make sure I don't take us away from where we were. But I was going to speak to the Office of National Marine Sanctuary item and my understanding of where we left it. But I'd like to pause and make sure that I don't redirect us.
All right. Ryan, did you have a new topic, or did you want to follow on to this discussion? Oh. And Kelly, are you okay if we go ahead with that National Marine Sanctuary comment from Caroline? Okay, go ahead, Caroline.
Okay, thanks so much. Yeah, so just commenting on the Office of National Marine Sanctuary project plans for the coral planting that we heard under F4. My understanding was that the sanctuary was indeed going to come back after their public comment period closed, and that it was likely to be September they were looking at. And I was hoping to see that as a shaded item in September. I would propose for it to come in under an admin item, at least initially. I do indeed see that there is some potential for crossover with other FMPs that this item could or would benefit from. So at least on the outset of initial scoping, it might be a more appropriate under an admin item. And then if we need to redirect and change course after that, we certainly could, but that would be my preference for it to be shaded in September as an admin item. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Ryan Wolf, followed by Kelly Ames.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a few things regarding the potential kind of bundling of the fixed gear marking, scoping, and the follow-on actions. NIPS can support that from a scoping perspective in June. I'm not sure all of those actions will be bundled necessarily, but we can work that out in scoping, so I think that's fine. Also, I was going to say this in the groundfish, but based on Caroline's comments, we do support putting the sanctuary item as shaded on the ag. If it's an admin, that's fine with us as well. But we will have to revisit this, right? It's not quite clear if they will have information ready by September from the sanctuaries, but of course we can update as we get to future workload plannings. For ecosystem, I just wanted to note, I think we would support unshading the September FEP initiative progress review, but removing the workshop planning. I think the EWG stated a plan for bringing information to September. We heard support for that during discussion. And the June workshop discussion seems a little premature given the plan for May webinars. And then finally on HMS, a couple of things that came out of the advisory body reports. I'm okay at this point if we want to leave or even unshade the workshop scoping. We did hear earlier during the hard caps update a desire for NIMS to come back to start the consultation with the council for the appropriations language on the drift-gillnet transition and the alternative gear language. The MT has recommended both September and November. I don't think we need 2 agenda items. I would recommend putting it shaded for September for now, like the MT report. But I would note that I think there's a lot of overlap between that and the SMMP discussion. So I just want to put a placeholder here. I want to have some discussions with other members who are no longer around the table at the moment, because I do think there's a possibility you could combine some of that in the June action. But we don't need to decide that now for the purposes of here. You could keep them as 2 separate and shaded, and we can revisit this in April. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Kelly Ames.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. The benefit of going last is that nearly everything I had on my list just got covered, with one exception. Ms. Hall spoke to the timing for the GMT to review the NIMS methodology to potentially inform phase 2 of the stock definitions complex scoping. However, I didn't hear any discussion about SSC. There was a recommendation by NIMS that both the SSC and GMT look at those. Would it be reasonable to assume you'd also like the SSC review completed in time for the November scoping item?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for remembering that.
Phil Anderson.
Two things. One is short belly rockfish. We certainly have taken some action to try to provide some overarching protection for that important forage fish species. We do have, we have discussed before the potential of moving forward with a regulatory prohibition on a directed fishery. I'm just noting that I'm continuing to look for a spot that in workload on groundfish that we might at least get started with a scoping session on that. I don't necessarily have a suggestion for when to schedule that, but I just wanted to note that it's still on my list of things. The other one is totally different, is when and I think Lynn mentioned it, about trying to plan ahead for when our APs are going to be meeting in person versus virtually. And I can't say I know. I think that there were some complications for our April meeting in terms of meeting space and in where we're meeting, and that led to us having to make some decisions about having one or more advisory panels meet virtually rather than in person, when if we had had the space, we would have had them in person. And I believe that holds true probably for the GAP for the April meeting. But to the extent that we can talk with particularly the chairs of those groups, if we're thinking about having their meeting be virtual rather than in person, I think it's really important to have that dialogue, because I do know that groups like the GAP would much rather meet in person than virtually. And I know there's groups like the SSC maybe that are the other way. But we're asking a lot of them. And now they've asked for an additional day in April, and we're not able to give that to them either. So if I'm a GAP member, I'm beginning to wonder, have I fallen out of favor or what? But so I'm concerned about that. And I would just, and maybe there's already a communication process set up with Merrick and Kelly and those APs when there's a decision about whether they're going to meet in person or not. But I know that it's really important to some of those SASs and other one. For the most part, maybe their November meeting can be virtual, but I just think we need to be really thoughtful about transit or making the change from an in-person to a virtual meeting.
I've got a couple comments on, go ahead, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple small pieces here. Looking at the agenda for April, if the budget committee isn't meeting, maybe we could swap the legislative committee meeting in for that time period, just so it'd be later in the day and more folks would be able to attend or perhaps even fly in that morning. Talking about meeting in person, I noted the EAS asked for having in-person meetings. Right now, they usually meet only twice a year. And I heard from several of them this week about how nice it was to be able to be together and just in general, sort of the benefits of that. So just flagging that. I'm guessing, Mr. Director, you have this down, but thinking about what we just had a discussion about, coming back in June, probably under admin items to think about the harassment policy and respectful work environment, just making sure that gets added in there. And then I wanted to echo Phil's comments on short belly. Continue to think that this is important. Short belly continues to be an important forage species for our salmon, seabirds, and marine mammals. I noted we saw the short belly scorecard earlier in this meeting, and the numbers were low, and that was great. So wanted to highlight that. In addition, also highlight the excellent report that ODF and W did in 2021 that gives us a great jumping off point on that. So I would suggest that we put this on the calendar for September as a starting point, and see if we can't get that going. And then finally, I'm guessing Caroline might be about to speak to this if she's in the queue, but I'm a little bit confused, but just wanted to think about the Coriel Bank cleanup package. I know it was mentioned earlier in the meeting, there is some confusion over waypoints and different areas there, and I'm not quite sure how that fits into the larger discussion that we kind of got started off there with Marcy earlier in the day, but just wanted to put that out and see if other folks had ideas around that. So, thanks.
All right, thank you. And on cue, Caroline has raised her hand. Go ahead, Caroline.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Corey. I do apologize. I was not able to hear in Marcy's initial comments on this, so I'm hoping that I'm not saying something counter to what she's already spoken to. But in discussion under F8, I did indeed make the offer that where there is some ability or nexus to attach the Coriel Bank cleanup under F8, which is a new workload item that we prioritized, where there was nexus for it to be done under the Office of National Marine Sanctuary work, where it's appropriate, we would be willing to do that. So it's possible that if we get an update from the sanctuary prior to September on whether September is a good time to unshade or schedule, we'd be willing to bring that back up and have a discussion at that point in time. Whether or not that needs to be on the YAG immediately, I would leave to Executive Director Burden to provide some advisement on how we could go about that.
Let me stop. Phil's got his hand raised. Do you want to take a break here and respond to some of these and come back for more comments? Phil?
Just two things I forgot. On the April agenda, and I know it's hardwired, but there are two things there. We will have an update from the Pacific Salmon Commission on the catch ceilings for Northern BC, West Coast Vancouver Island, and Southeast Alaska. And I wanted to make sure that that was conveyed in a formal way to the council. And there isn't and I'm not suggesting that the omission of having a PSC item under salmon is a problem, because I do give the report in March and there is another one in April, but I will do my best to provide and perhaps it could go in the informational report or wherever you choose to put it, the CTC memo that comes to the salmon commissioners that have those values in that memo, because there's, at least North Falcon, there's a lot of interest in what those values are. So that's one. The second had to do with gear switching. And I know, well, I think coming out of the November meeting there and looking at the piece that Jim and Jesse had in our informational reports for this meeting, there was the reference to the potential of having the alternative that Krista was putting forth in November. And it's my understanding that there is also an opportunity if other council members have an idea that they want to put out there for public consumption, that we can do that. And I just want to confirm that I'm correct on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson. If I understand your question correctly, well, a couple of things come to mind. So one is if you have something that you are willing to share that you want to make available within our briefing book, please feel free to do so. We've discussed internally how to handle that, and what we would list it as is essentially a council member report, just like we have state agency reports, and we would place that in the briefing book under the appropriate topic. I think that's what you're referring to.
That's correct.
All right, I just have a couple of things to raise. With regard to the attendance of advisory bodies and management teams, this is an issue that arises both from space issues, which we have in April, but also in terms of budgetary considerations. And I think that's something we're going to, if I interpret the agenda correctly, we're going to be talking about council and process efficiencies on Monday, April 3rd. So it's an important issue. I think advisory bodies feel more involved, feel like they belong to the council process when they're here. And I've heard that loud and clear from advisory body members as well as a number of council members. So I don't know how we address that given the budget we have, but that's something we're going to have to discuss. Secondly, and I don't know if we have any latitude to address this, so I'm just going to throw it out there. And it's not about changing any of the topics that are in the April agenda, but I noticed there are a couple of items on the next to last day that in the past have taken a lot more time than they have been scheduled. And I don't know I'm not close enough to the topics of the sablefish gear switching and marine planning, both of which are on Thursday, April 6th. But since those are two topics that have generally, if not always, gone well over their allotment, we just don't have a lot of confidence in the estimated time. If there's any latitude to move those earlier in the meeting and later in the day, we could both take advantage of time savings on other agenda items, which is kind of hard to do as you're approaching day last. And two, we would be less likely to perturb other folks who have business on the council floor, let them come in and get their business done and then go on. So again, I don't know if there's any latitude. I don't think we need to discuss it. I think I'm content to let staff take a look at that and see if there is any latitude. If there is, great. If there isn't, well, let's try to be mindful in future council meeting planning. Merrick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of topics here, and so I'm trying to keep these organized in my head. But I did want to respond to some of your particular comments on the April agenda. I think one of the things that we've learned on marine planning is that we have a wide confidence interval around our time estimates, and sometimes we're on and sometimes we're not. And as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, when we're not late in the meeting week, it's real hard to catch up, and we experience that here. And so without having a specific proposal for how to possibly remedy that in April, it does occur to me that we've heard from the GAP saying they want more time to work on their groundfish items. We can't bring them earlier, but potentially shift some of the things we have on Monday over to Thursday and bring in marine planning earlier. So that kind of thinking is going through my head, and that might help to resolve some of that pinch that we're seeing with or that the GAP is saying that they think they have on their plate. So maybe we could make something like that work.
Again, I just defer to staff and want to manage those details here.
Yeah, understood. Some other thoughts, Mr. Chairman. As we have, been coming out of COVID, it feels like we are almost out of it, and then we have another flare up. Part of the remote meeting format, and honestly, part of the April council meeting constraint we have was coming out of COVID and an inability to find a sufficiently large hotel, and so we're in this. Still working our way out of this awkward period. But as we look ahead through the year, what I have observed is that compared to March and April of last year, where we had very few bodies in person, we are planning to have the vast majority of advisory bodies in person as we go forward until we decide otherwise. The exception to that is the SSC has asked to go remote a couple of times, and I think that request is reasonable. That's the one that stands out at the moment. So the pendulum has swung as we've figured out that trying to run a concurrent remote and in-person set of meetings just is a headache. And our advisory bodies, like many groups, don't work as well remotely when trying to grind through some of these important topics. And so we are quickly moving back to a nearly full in-person format. What you also did point out, Mr. Chairman, is that we do have this issue, council efficiencies in April. And the topic of that item is on the remote and hybrid and in-person format. That's the focus of that discussion. So that would be an intentional look at that question and how we want to resolve it in light of our budget situation and in light of the technologies that we have available to us. So not a perfect answer, but for folks that are listening, I would be planning on in-person meetings for the most part.
All right, thanks. I just saw Lynn Mattis's hand went up when we were talking about moving groundfish. And so I wanted to make sure she got her 2 cents in here before you addressed all the other comments you heard from around the table.
Thanks, Chair Grelnick. I was actually just going to agree with Merrick. Moving groundfish items to later in the week would probably be a little better than trying to move gear switching earlier in the week. gear switching, even though it's supposed to be a check-in, refine alternatives, I think that's going to take a fair bit of time for the GAP and the GMT. So keeping that later in the week provides them that additional time to work on it. So thank you for letting me weigh in on that.
Oh, Krista, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm lost in my own thoughts.
Well, I guess I'm in agreement with you that I think having gear switching and marine planning on the same day at the end of the week could be a recipe for a very, very long day, and probably too long of a day. And in hearing Lynn's comments, I'm wondering, and I don't know marine planning in terms of like structuring for how much work goes into that agenda item. If moving that forward, hearing that there is some appetite for moving some of those groundfish items later in the week might be possible. So just raising that, because I do agree that I think that's two really big agenda items that tend to run long on the same day.
Merrick.
Well, I was going to continue. I will recognize your comment. I think it's a good one, Ms. Svensson, but I don't have a particular response other than this. So yeah, I think you're right.
You know, I think if sablefish is going to stay on Thursday, maybe we give people the heads up that if we're able, we're going to start it on at the end of the day on Wednesday, just to try to capture some time there. But it's most of our council folks will be here anyway. But I think it's getting the public the heads up on that would be important. So if they want to make public comment and we start that on Wednesday, that they don't get locked out. I mean, it's because it's an area where we need that public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Heather. I'm getting tired here.
Thank you. I do have a new item. I wanted to make sure we're all caught up, and a new item for the year at a glance. And just to flag this in thinking about starting phase 2 of the stock definitions and with complex scoping in November, I just want to bring up what we talked about under phase 1 a lot is the need for a workshop. And it didn't happen. And I think we're going to really need something like that for phase 2, November scoping. I also want to just say upfront, I recognize that we'll be completing stock assessments, at about this time, and over the winter is when the GMT does their work on harvest specifications. But I also want to say there's never a great time, and I don't want that to be the reason why we don't have the workshop, why we get a year down the road and say we really would have benefited from some time where all of these groups can get together and talk about this. So I don't have a specific place on it to recommend it going on the year at a glance. But I do want to flag it so that we can think about it as the year at a glance shifts looking forward and make room for that. I think it'll be really important. Thank you.
Mayor.
I don't want to cut off discussion, but I do think it would be appropriate to try to summarize what I'm capturing, because there's been a fair bit of discussion, some of which seems to be, I'm not sure if there's agreement on, but let me just start here. So in April, I did make note of Mr. Anderson's note about the CTC memo and putting stuff in the briefing book. We made note that if council members have gear switching ideas or proposals or things of that nature, that we will be entertaining those as part of the briefing book. We flipped the legislative and budget committee timing so that folks don't have to show up early in the morning and then wait till the next day. It was a good observation. And then there was talk of trying to flip, we'll make sure we don't have gear switching and marine planning on the same day and moving gear switching earlier and maybe some groundfish matters later. And so I've made note of that on April. If we go on and look at the year at a glance, I've got a couple of things that might trigger some additional discussion. So if we start in June, we're beginning with a total number of time that's 5.5 days, which is what we aim for. And so there's difficulty in adding things to June if we don't strike something. There was a desire I made note of to take a combined scoping package of fixed gear marking and the limited entry fixed gear items, combine those and bring them into June. That'd be hard to do if we didn't strike something. One of the things that Mr. Wolf made note of, he thought that the Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative workshop planning, that might be too early, and he suggested striking that. I think if that's stricken, we can probably add the scoping item there, but I know that there's also some support for that item, or at least I suspect there is. So that's something I want to flag for you. Bottom line is I don't want to overschedule and start sending notice to people that we're going to start planning on 6 days, because we're not. So that's one thing to make note of. Let's see, in September, I've heard a lot of agreement to add a shaded item on the sanctuaries and coral propagation. I like McKnight's suggestion, Ms. McKnight's suggestion that we consider that as an administrative item, since it is a cross FMP issue, not just a non-trawl RCA issue this go around. There was talk about stock definitions broadly, and there's this methodology discussion that would need to take place before we get to the stock definitions issue potentially. So I've penciled that in for September with the idea that we'd have September discussion on methodology and then the stock definition scoping in November. I want to make sure I'm aligned with people on that thinking. And then finally, we do have in September, I believe there was support for the DGN transition amendment in September, but not November. That was a suggestion that Mr. Wolf raised in holding that as a placeholder for now until we learn more. And so I've made note of that. The last thing in September is unshading the FEP initiative progress review. And then if I go through November and March, November 23 and March 24, I have no changes. So that's where things stand now. I would not be surprised if I've missed something.
It would only make you human. Let me see. Lynn Mattis, your hand was up and now it's down and now it's up.
Hi.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thanks, Chair Grelnick. I misheard something that Merrick was speaking to a moment ago. So that was just it. My hearing is getting tired too.
All right. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question and I don't know the answer. But in terms of putting the fixed gear package in June, you'd mentioned having to strike the Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative. And I don't want to strike that, meaning I don't want it off the agenda forever. But I am wondering about, could we package that in September when people are already meeting and we have 4.5 days currently of time instead of 5.5. But I just don't know that agenda item well enough to say, this is a great idea, or are you out of your mind?
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. Just like to make a suggestion. I mean, I don't think we need to make a decision right now to strike anything. I understand June looks a little full. We have a past practice of where we sometimes have an agenda that is over the days allotted. And we have a whole workload planning session scheduled in a few weeks from now to discuss the June agenda. So I would recommend leaving the things as you went through, Merrick, and we can return to this discussion on June and April.
Merrick?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wolf, for that comment. I'm not opposed to that, but as I think about the Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative workshop planning, what that does is it sets context for the May workshops potentially that the EWG is putting together and how that will be assembled, and that will start relatively soon. And so I guess I have a little hesitation about setting that expectation here because the gears will be put in place pretty soon. And so maybe that's okay, but, and it could just be reflecting my lack of understanding about this idea. I would note that, as Ms. Fenson indicated, we do have time on September with another ecosystem matter. But I think what this is also reflecting is my earlier voiced confusion when we started this agenda item, saying I'm not clear on what we're trying to achieve with this. So that might be coming through in spades at the moment. So,
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I am also a little confused, but I think that Ms. Fenson's suggestion may be a good one. Move that to September. A question I asked Gway earlier was sort of maybe anticipating that. It sounds like that they have the flexibility and will then be able to have more information, more specificity, and be able to take what happens in September and turn that hopefully into a productive workshop at that point. So for thought.
Heather Hong.
Thank you. I'm hesitantly going to weigh in here on this one because I know the Ecosystem Working Group have webinars planned for May, 2-day webinar in May, and they're going to be spending a lot of time and digging into the details of the risk tables and all of that and the species and that kind of thing. And so the fact that this has workshop planning on it for June is maybe what's confusing me. And maybe if this were just an update on how the May webinars go, it would be, and this is kind of getting to what Ryan was saying too, if this is just potentially an update on their work at the 2 webinars in June, and maybe it's a shorter agenda item, there'd be room to get this scoping back on the limited entry fixed gear without disrupting the time allotted at the bottom of the table. And again, maybe Ryan's suggestion that we just leave it for now is good advice.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands here. Now I see Merrick. Go ahead, Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, we do professional meeting planning for a living at the staff office. So I'm looking at calendars. Looking at May, our briefing book is due the week of the 22nd of May for a turnaround to the council meeting that is, I'm thinking out loud as I go here, late June. So maybe I'll look at Miss Ames, who might be thinking about this also, and just, does this seem reasonable to have treat this as a report out on the May EWG webinars? Or maybe Mr. Dahl, who is sitting back there and has answered questions on the behalf of many advisory bodies already, could be in a position to help us think through this one.
I don't know if I have a good answer. I guess what I'm struggling with a little bit is I'm not sure. I don't know that the EWG was anticipating discussing this offer of a workshop at their May meeting. And I should note that it is what they have scheduled are 2 half days. So in effect, adds up to a one-day meeting. So I think their intent was really to focus on getting the first crack at developing these risk table or risk tables. There was a lot of discussion around more than one species. So I'm not sure that you would get anything from them, any thoughts or recommendations from them about the workshop offer. But I don't know. I haven't really had a detailed conversation with Yvonne and the EWG about, developing an agenda for that meeting, and specifically what would be on that agenda and the amount of time they would anticipate would be needed for discussion. So I'm not being very helpful.
Kelly?
Thank you, Chair Guralnick. I might take a stab at this. It seems to me that since the idea isn't fully formed at this time, it might be premature to have this June agenda item scheduled, and maybe Ms. Fenson's proposal of picking it up in September might give us more time to have the ideas more fully fleshed out.
Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Building on that, I think I agree with Kelly, and also I appreciate the suggestion of Ms. Hall that maybe just in light of what Kit said and the close proximity of that webinar to the June meeting, I think is what I'm hearing a little concern there, is maybe there could be the workshop planning item could be punted to September for a more fuller discussion at that point. And in June, we could have, I think, what Ms. Hall was suggesting, which would be a short-ish agenda item that would allow the EWG to simply give an update of the webinar and share that with the council for just so they have a sense what's going on and can help the EWG continue their work and prepare for September, at which point then we could review that information, see where they're at, and theoretically plan some workshops based on that. Is that right?
That sounds good to me. And I think too, right, we may be overthinking this one. So I think that sounds right. And any discussion about a workshop could even be had during workload planning if that helps TNC with their, need to confirm workshops and secure the funding and all of that. So thumbs up.
Merrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've been promising Butch for a while that I would drag out this agenda item, so I'm trying really hard. I think this sounds sensible to me to try to bifurcate this issue and treat June as a report out. I think that sounds sensible. Were there other comments on my summary from a few minutes ago?
Let me look online because I think Caroline had her hand up. Let me see if it's still up. It's not. So I'm not seeing any hands online. I'm not seeing any further hands here, but I'll pause but I'm still not seeing any hands. So I think Merrick, you may have captured it. See a lot of people looking at each other, debating who's going to raise the hand, and Corey lost. So go ahead, Corey.
I had to take the bait. I was just confused on one thing, which is I heard for the Swordfish Monitoring Management Plan workshop planning, the HMSAS recommended moving it to September or November. And I wasn't sure if that had happened or should happen, or what the thinking was around that.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Writings. I heard a couple of thoughts on that. Where I ended up so far is to retain the workshop scoping in June and then have an additional matter in September, the DGN transition amendment. I think Mr. Wolf was correctly stating that there is a fair degree of overlap between what the vision is for that workshop scoping and what the effort would entail regarding a DGN transition amendment. So those two things may come together. And if they come together, it strikes me it's more likely that that would happen in September as we learn more about the legislation. And that's what comes to my mind, but I'll look at Mr. Wolf to see if he disagrees.
Ryan?
Thanks, Mike. Nope, that's correct. And that's why I said we'll have discussions between now and the April workload planning and be able to address it then with a little more clarity.
Krista?
All right, I'll also take a bite at the bait that has been chummed out here. Sorry, Butch.
Oh, no, it's fine. I got an hour of list I want to mention.
So I think June probably is the time. We've talked about this workshop for quite a while. And I think we have enough there to start taking on the future. But I just want to make double sure that we've got this fixed gear package in June, just because it isn't agendized, and just double checking and crossing my T's on that one.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Svensson. As I look at June, so with the way that we are now treating the Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative workshop planning as that smaller item, I'm going to go ahead and say that we have some time we can use up to tackle that fixed gear scoping issue. There may also be other places we can provide some flexibility if we have some extra time, but I think that works. And so we'll plan to put that down for June.
Okay, thank you.
Phil Anderson.
I was wondering if I tried to bring this agenda item to a close, whether I'd be accused of bullying.
I think that people need to have a reasonably thick skin in the process without it crossing the line into bullying.
Corey, not me, so.
Well, I'm not seeing any. Well, Corey Writings, go ahead.
More bait.
Yeah.
Bloody water right there. Merrick, forgive me if I misheard at some point when you did your overview. Both Phil and I mentioned the potential of revisiting short belly prohibition. I threw out September, I think, as a possibility. I would love to see that if we're able to put that on there.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Writings. A couple thoughts come to mind. One is, let's see, as I look at what's added to September, I believe we'd still have enough time to do that if you wanted to. The second thing that comes to mind is just a question of process, and I don't want to throw a wrench in here and try to sound like I'm telling you what to do, but under the groundfish workload prioritization item, is that the right term? Yeah. This was not one of the priorities. And so it raises just some questions of how best to schedule that if it's taken under this sort of order, if that makes sense.
Corey?
I'm going to claim a little new member status here because it's the first time I've been through that groundfish prioritization process. Can you just be a little more clear with me how we would do that and how that would work?
Yeah, and I will defer to my deputy who knows more than I do about this. So,
Kelly.
Thank you, Merrick, Ms. Writings. The idea behind the groundfish workload and new management measures prioritization process is that all groundfish priorities are kind of established in that agenda item, and those priorities then carry forward to future workload planning. And that's kind of the way that it's handled, because in the past, we spent a lot of time under this agenda item debating the merits of various groundfish priorities. So that's the intent there.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Just to be clear, does that mean that we should not be taking up any of those? I guess I'm going to call them B list because I noticed there's the A and the B list that we went through there. This is not the right time to be talking about B list items.
Through the chair, Ms. Bridings, that is the process that you've established, is that annually you would consider that prioritization. So the next time for the B list items, if you will, would be next March. You would consider whether to move those items up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and just on the same topic, I mean, I'm interested in that agenda item also, and I'm not going to get into the prioritization, but I would just offer that maybe the executive director and staff can review some of the stuff we had. There might be an opportunity for the GMT and GAP to do research, just because my understanding, and it might be clouded because of time, was one of the issues was directed fishing is somewhat hard to define. I think there are various definitions, but putting it into regulation and how that impacts other fisheries. So there could be some exploration that would then inform prioritization. And so when there's an opportunity, they should look at it. And in the same vein, again, it's not a year at a glance thing, but I'm not proposing that there were some midwater crawl things, the selective flatfish area, time area. And again, there was the thought that GMT gap discussion about what would it take to do that would help to inform the prioritization. Not saying it has to be done, but again, that's one fishing under an EFP with 5 years. And it's like, you know, they're saying, should we quit? Should we go forward? And we didn't have any information. I understand there's some forthcoming. So not year at a glance stuff, but thinking about how the advisory bodies could look at these things and tell us, this is what you might, you know, consider in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Going to look around to see if there are any other hands. And not seeing any, I'm going to, and I don't see any online. I'm going to see if Executive Director Merrick Burden has the direction he feels he needs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're doing well. It's been a good discussion. Let me pause here and go down the list and see if there's anything else that stands out that raises a question. One thing, there was a question about making sure that the harassment discussion comes up in June. It will come up in June. That's part of our regular discussion about COPs and appointments. That's where it will come up. That's something that we don't notice specifically, but that's where it lives under that agenda item. Let's see, another question. I don't have any other questions that come to mind as I look down the YAG. I'll pause here and look at Kelly, and she has thumbs up. Okay. I think I don't want to bully anyone either, but I think we are doing pretty well, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks very much. And I'm not seeing any other hands. I did want to make note that Marcy had raised the question of chair appointment to the CDFW seat on the MPC, and that's Crystal D'Souza, who will replace Chris Potter. So I just wanted to clean that up. And if there's no other business on this agenda item, I'm going to put up for auction the opportunity to make the last motion. Nah, I'm going to give it to Butch, unless someone else wants to.
I move that we close.
It's not a motion without the microphone.
Oh. I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, don't you dare. All right, thanks very much, everyone. A great meeting, got a lot done. And don't cool off because we're going to do it again in a few weeks.